Good evening, everybody. 7 o'clock. Let's make a start. Agenda item 1, Chair's announcements. Emergency evacuation procedure. That's a good start. Hang on a second. In the case of a fire, a bell will ring continuously. If this occurs, please leave the building immediately following the green fire exit signs out the assembly point, which is by the War Memorial on Duke Street. If anyone requires assistance, please do let me know. Note, lifts should not be used. Please remain at the assembly points and do not attempt to return into the building until you have been advised that it is safe to do so. Facilities. The toilets are situated on the landing at the top of the main staircase and on the ground floor in the customer service centre. During the meeting, can you please all ensure that your mobile phones are switched off? With regards to filming of this meeting, anyone attending this meeting is entitled to film it, but I should point out that only the councillors, officers and anyone sitting around these tables may be filmed. Members of the public should not be filmed, so please ensure that cameras are pointed only in this direction. Note this meeting is being broadcast live via YouTube and being recorded. When speaking, please may I remind the committee to ensure that you turn on your microphone and speak closely into it. A red light will appear on the middle button to indicate that your microphone is switched on. When finished speaking, please remember to turn your microphone off again. Agenda item 2, apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chair. I've had apologies from Councillors Armstrong, Papper and Tron, and Councillor Walsh is subbing for Councillor Tron.
Thank you. I don't normally do this, but we do have quite a few new faces on the officers' side of the room. So if we could do some introductions, starting with yourself and working in a horseshoe round that way. Thank you.
Karen Short, Development Manager of the Garden Communities team at the City Council.
Good evening. Luke Worsfold, Senior Urban Designer in the Garden Communities team at the City Council.
Good evening. Billy Parr, Head of Network Development at Essex County Council.
Good evening. Christopher Fish, Principal Transportation and Infrastructure Planner at the ECC.
Good evening. Graham Thomas, Head of Planning and Sustainable Development at Essex County Council.
Evening. Jonathan Schiffers, I'm Head of Housing Growth and Garden Communities at ECC.
Sustainable Communities, City Council.
Regina Bakar, External Legal Team for City Council. Michelle Bass from Denton's, also External Legal City Council. Amy Stock, Senior Housing Enabling Officer as part of the Garden Communities team at Chelmsford Council.
Good evening. William Stanley, Senior Planning Officer in the Garden Communities team at City Council.
And Jeremy Potter, Spatial Planning Services Manager.
Thank you all. Item 3, declarations of interest. All members are reminded that they must disclose any interests they know they have in items of business on the meeting's agenda, and that they must do so, they must declare them at this point of the meeting or as soon as they become aware of an interest. If the interest is disclosable, then they're obliged to notify the monitoring officer within 28 days of the meeting. Does anyone have anything to declare? No? Thank you. Item 4, public question time. Note, we normally have the questions with the relevant planning applications, so we will come back to those questions. Before we move on to the first application, agenda item 5, as I'm sure we've all noted, the agenda pack for this has been several thousand pages. So I would like to say to the committee that if there's any questions or queries that you have that you feel may be answered in that pack, do not be scared of asking them, because I know myself that I've got questions that I thought I knew answers to, went back in the pack and I couldn't find them. So also I would appreciate some patience from the officer's side, because you're going to be getting questions which are answered in the pack. On to agenda item 5. Planning application 23/00114/Full, the radial distributor road 2 south of Wheelers Hill, Little Waltham, Chelmsford, Essex. I'd like the officers to present the report, starting with Jeremy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to provide the committee a very short introduction to all of the items that you're going to be considering tonight before you. As you well know, Chelmsford Garden Community is an incredibly important development allocation. And within this council's adopted local plan. And it started that formal route nearly, 10 years ago. It's a decade of work that has gone into getting this to you tonight. And I think it's not just its size, although its size is quite significant. Although its full capacity is actually providing over 40% of Chelmsford's housing need to 2041, and all of the affordable rented homes that are going to be coming forward as part of that development. And it's not the employment land either, because the employment land, when combined with the permitted employment land at Bewley, is actually providing over 60% of this Chelmsford's needs going forwards within its local plan. I think really, foremost, it's the comprehensive nature of a really strategic scheme and the innovation, and they are the really important things that I hope that you'll see tonight through your consideration of those planning applications, being that leading on the net zero agenda, having huge areas of green and blue open space, biodiversity net gain, active stewardship, mobility hubs, strategic infrastructure delivery. But I think really crucially, it's making new neighbourhoods where people really want to live and are really proud to live in those places. The removal of the government funding for the A12 winding scheme in July proved quite a tricky juncture for us. Because we've been relying on that funding to provide the infrastructure to bring forward this scheme. And it has been a real challenge, but I think we've worked really hard with our partners, particularly at Essex County Council and the government agencies, and that has yielded a really positive route to enable us to secure the funding needed to deliver the required improvements to Junction 19 and the station roundabout. So finally, the applications before you tonight, they does represent a really important step forwards in the delivery of these proposals. And I'm going to hand over now to Karen Short and Luke Worsfold to provide the detailed presentations. And that starts with the item on the Northern Radial Distributor Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So if we start with the first slide on the slide there, the site location. So the application forms part of Strategic Growth Site 6, and it was given formal status as a garden community by Homes England back in summer 2019. So the garden community includes the emerging communities of Bewley and Channels, and they're located to the east of Essex Regiment Way and to the north of Springfield and Bewley Park. So the next slide just shows in detail on the aerial photograph the areas covered by the Strategic Growth Site 6 in further detail. And members will note the emerging communities at Bewley and Channels are shaded in blue. The area that we're concerned with is shaded in red, and that includes 3 zones, 2 of which are before members for consideration this evening. So the site is covered by Strategic Growth Site 6, as I've said. So Strategic Policy S7 of the local plan sets out the spatial strategy for new development over the plan period. And these strategic growth sites are to be delivered in accordance with master plans to be approved by the City Council. So the Stage 1 master plan for this site came before Policy Board in December 22 and before Cabinet in January 2023. So the site policy for Strategic Growth Site 6 allocates land for a high quality, comprehensively planned, new sustainable garden community that's intended to provide a significant amount of new housing and employment whilst maximising opportunities for sustainable travel within a landscape setting. And on the slide before you, members will note the key components of the allocation. So I don't propose to go through all of those in detail, but the site is allocated for around 5,500 new homes, with 3,000 of those identified for delivery before 2036. significant area of employment floor space, and a travelling show person site delivering 9 service plots. The development, as you see on the second section of the slide, is supported by significant infrastructure. This includes the Northern Radial Distributor Road, which is the subject of this item, village centres, education provision, community space, and a raft of multifunctional green infrastructure. And this slide shows the zones in more detail. So the garden community will be delivered over a period of approximately 20 years, and it is to be delivered by a consortium of developers and promoters as marked on the slide. So these comprise Ptarmigan Land, who are the applicant for Zone 1, and they are currently the site-wide promoters for the Channels development just immediately to the south. Vistry, Countryside L&Q, who are the applicant for Zone 2 and are currently delivering the Bewley development, again directly to the south, and Halley Developments, who are the applicant for Zone 3 and for the Northern Radial Distributor Road. So just looking back then at the Stage 1 Master Plan. So the Stage 1 Master Plan, as I mentioned, went before committee, to Policy Board, back in December 22, and then to the Cabinet in January 23. And it comprises of 3 core documents, which are shown diagrammatically on the slide. So at the centre is the DFD. So this is the Development Framework document that sets out the vision and the framework for the garden community. And that's supported by 2 parameter plans at its heart, land use and green infrastructure. And in turn, these have informed the illustrative master plan, which we'll see later in the presentation. That document has heavily informed the current planning applications. Alongside the DFD are 2 further documents. So the Infrastructure Delivery Plan, which is appended to the committee papers. And this sets out a framework for infrastructure delivery, when it needs to be delivered, at what cost, by which developer or indeed public body, and the timing of that delivery. And then the Planning Framework Agreement. So this is an overarching legal agreement for the entire garden community, and it's intended to ensure comprehensive development across the 3 separate land ownerships. So as I said, the Stage 1 Master Plan has already been considered, and it was agreed back at Cabinet that the Director of Sustainable Communities could use delegated powers to negotiate and complete the Planning Framework Agreement, to settle the final presentation of the Development Framework document, and to agree the Infrastructure Delivery Plan to a baseline position. And then if we take each of the 2 documents in turn, so the Planning Framework Agreement, which, as I said, is appended to the committee papers, is in a substantively agreed form. It will need to be signed by all parties, and that will need to happen prior to the grant of outline planning permission for the Zone 1 and 3 planning applications. As you can see, I've listed on the slide here the key components that are contained within that document. So they are listed there. So it includes design coding, sustainability standards, community infrastructure, affordable housing. So you can see it's quite a comprehensive list on the slide there. And then the Infrastructure Delivery Plan. So as I said, that sets out the framework for delivery of infrastructure. Land equalisation has been factored into the IDP, and that's to ensure a proportional split between the development partners. So, for example, the secondary school, which forms part of the all-through school, would be delivered within Zone 2, but the developers of Zones 1 and 3 would benefit in that they don't need to provide that developable land within their respective parcels, which they would otherwise have had to do. So, therefore, that is equalled out in terms of the contributions that are payable. Based on this and other similar situations, for example, delivery of the NRDR, there's a requirement to rebalance the provision. So a developer would receive a credit when the others then make up the difference in additional monies. You'll see on the slide there that there is a viability issue with this scheme, and there has been significant work undertaken with our viability consultants and with the consortium's consultants. The baseline position in terms of the infrastructure delivery is set out within your papers, and it is clear that there is an issue in terms of actually achieving an affordable housing position were we to assume the baseline position. So there is a decision that was made at Cabinet to effectively ring fence and reinvest the SIL within the scheme. So you'll see later on in the papers that it's proposed that 66% of the SIL receipt for Zone 1 is to be reinvested into the scheme in order to achieve an affordable housing compliance scheme. And for Zone 3, that would be 77%. And the split in terms of the affordable element is 70% affordable rent and 30% shared ownership. So effectively, as the local planning authority resolved to protect the provision of the appropriate affordable housing, and that has been agreed using a split that was reflective of the latest housing need evidence, and that's seen as the best way of supporting the viability of the scheme and the housing needs of the local authority. We'll come to that in greater detail later on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. That effectively provides the overview ahead of not only the NRDR application, but obviously the other applications for the following items. So we're now going to deal with the NRDR application itself. If I can get the... Oh, there we go. Apologies for that. So the site boundary for the NRDR application is located to the northern edge of CGC, just south of Wheelers Hill and Cranham Road. It extends from the west, which is the Wheelers Hill roundabout on Essex Regiment Way, across to the east, which will be the northern roundabout on the northeast bypass, which is currently under construction. The boundary crosses all three of the Ghana community zones, but is predominantly located within Zone 3 and Zone 2. The NRDR is a central component of the Ghana community allocation. It's integral to the large-scale investment in the garden community and housing delivery, as well as unlocking the future connection for the Northeast Bypass initial phase 1A. The detailed proposal that's been proposed, planning permission that's been proposed in detail, includes a 7.3 metre wide single carriageway, active travel infrastructure including segregated footways and a section of shared footway cycleway. We have verges and tree planting, street lighting and drainage. The proposal also includes the reconfiguration of the existing junction at the Wheelers Hill and Essex Regiment Way roundabout, closure of the existing Wheelers Hill arm and construction of a new eastern arm to provide access to the NRDR, the provision of a left-in, left-out junction on the Domsey Lane, existing Domsey Lane, and a small section that is closed off to the north. It also includes 7 new junctions providing access to the development parcels within Zones 3 and Zones 2. So the slide on the screen pulls together the general arrangement plans for the whole stretch of the NRDR, and that's been provided alongside the master plan from the development framework document. So you can see that the proposal for the NRDR is consistent with the DFD and master plan. In addition to the general arrangement plan, we've also provided just the locations of the development parcels, both north and south, just to give a degree of context to that. And in terms of the key components of the vehicle network, we have the amendments to the existing roundabout on Essex Regiment Way at point A. Point B includes the provision of a new roundabout on the RDR. That will provide an onward connection to Wheelers Hill, which is closed off by the works to the Wheelers Hill roundabout. There's also a further junction there that gives access to the few properties that are much closer to the Wheelers Hill roundabout, including Wheelers Farm. Then at point C, that's the left-in, left-out junction for Domsey Lane. And point D is then the connection to the northeast bypass. And just marked in orange there are the various access points to the parcels within the garden community. And just on screen now is just a more detailed image of the proposal for the reconfigured Wheelers Hill roundabout. So you can see the new access connection onto the RDR. The existing Wheelers Hill Road is just to the north of that, which will be closed off to access to Essex Regiment Way. In addition to that, you'll see that there's a segregated footway cycleway just to the south. That extends all the way along the corridor of the NRDR. And also in this location, we have controlled crossings both on the southern arm of the Wheelers Hill roundabout, as well as a further controlled crossing that links north to the closed off section of Wheelers Hill. In addition to the role of the vehicle network here and the strategic role that the NRDR plays, it plays a hugely important role in terms of active travel as well. And the image on the lower end of the screen is again from the development framework document, which shows that it was always intended for this corridor to provide a primary active travel route running east-west across the northern edge of the Garden community. That's been followed through in the detailed design proposals for the NRDR, which includes a segregated footway cycleway that extends all the way from the Wheelers Hill roundabout all the way to what will be the Willow Hill Village Centre within Zone 2. So that's the blue line on the southern edge of the proposal. There is also a further segregated footway cycleway to the north on the eastern end of the road. And there is a provision of a shared 4-metre footway cycleway to the north between the two northern parcels in Zone 3. And part of the justification or reason for that is that the provision of properties in those two parcels is very low, and it allows us to then ensure that the road design reflects the landscape context and limits the extent of hard standing and infrastructure that goes in. And here are just some snapshots just showing a little bit more detail. So you can see in slide 1 that shows the segregated route to the south and the shared route to the north. And the second image there is of the two segregated routes, both north and south of the vehicle route. And in terms of the design approach to the NRDR, it was very much mindful of the potential for the route to provide a degree of separation between development to the north and to the south. So it is also supported by 7 controlled crossings that ensure that it doesn't become a barrier to active travel and that there's free movement to the north and south. Obviously, 2 of those junctions I mentioned earlier before, adjacent to the Wheelers Hill roundabout, and then there are new crossings provided along the length of the NRDR that also connect and reflect the active travel network within the Garden community. In addition to the infrastructure provided in terms of transport, there's also soft landscaping provided in detail as well. This is very much limited to the road corridor itself. The only area that is slightly more substantial is in the image marked 1 here, which includes a drainage basin labelled Pond 1. So that has provided an area of soft landscaping in detail. However, the vast majority of the rest of the corridor is limited to the road corridor itself, providing a significant verge that separates the active travel routes from the roadway, and it also includes tree planting and swales along those as well. It's important to note that whilst the landscaping scheme for the NRDR has very much been limited to the road corridor, it has, and the design of the road has been very much looked at in a much wider sense. So this is an extract from the landscape design statement that's also supporting the NRDR and the Zone 3 applications. And this, again, shows a bit more context to the scheme within the NRDR. And it's been very much stressed throughout the process of this application that certainly officers at the City Council want to achieve a road corridor that's able to shift and change in character, reflecting the approach and character of the development. So this capture here just shows the approach from the amended Wheelers Hill roundabout in towards the new roundabout of the NRDR. You can see it's a much more open, informal landscape before you approach effectively what will be formed as a gateway in terms of the new roundabout on the RDR. And this shows a section a little bit further to the east where the sports hub within Zone 3 will link to a much larger area of landscaping provision that extends around the north of the RDR. And this creates a landscape link and a break between development parcels along the RDR. And you can see here that the active travel route to the north has just been pushed further away from the road to provide a bit more landscaping to respect that landscape link north and south across the RDR. And this provides a closer snapshot of the junction arrangement for Domsey Lane. So this will ensure that there's only a left-in, left-out on the northern end of Domsey Lane. To the north is the small section of Domsey Lane that currently links onto Cranham Road. That will be closed off to access to the RDR, so you'll only have a left-in, left-out to the south. So there are no properties on that northern section of Domsey Lane that will be closed off, so that will be able to serve as a active travel connection. And you can see that there's also a controlled crossing provided there that would allow onward journeys north and south of Domsey Lane as would be enjoyed at the moment. And this current slide is just to cover the ecology and built heritage considerations in terms of the NRDR. As I said, the proposals for the RDR are limited to the immediate extent of the road corridor. However, it is considered as linked to the Zone 3 proposals and others that provide a much more comprehensive landscape scheme. In relation to ecology, the Zone 3 and NRDR applications have been supported by an environmental statement that sets out the baseline ecological position. This has been informed by a wide range of surveys assessing the impact on identified species within the site. This has been comprehensively reviewed by and specialist ecological advice provided by Place Services, and this is viewed, in terms of the impacts of this, is viewed as acceptable, subject to planning conditions that have been recommended and included within the recommendation. This includes a number of things, but also includes the biodiversity enhancement strategy, construction ecological management plan, and as well as the ecological mitigation and enhancement measures identified within those reports. In addition to that, it's also been reviewed in terms of its impact on built heritage. So there were 5 heritage assets, designated heritage assets identified within proximity of the NRDR. You can see them highlighted here in the red circles in terms of their locations. This includes Powers Farmhouse and Peveril's Farmhouse, which you can see are in closest proximity just to the north and south of the NRDR. The impact and supporting assessments have been reviewed in detail by the Council's Principal Heritage Officer. The level of harm identified is indirect in that it results or relates to the loss of the setting because of the open land that is lost by the development. However, the scale of harm is on the low to moderate level of less than substantial harm, and it's very much viewed and assessed that the harm identified is by far outweighed by the public benefits brought by the development of the NRDRs, and that is viewed as acceptable. In addition to the proposals I've described, the scheme is also supported by a drainage scheme. This slide shows the attenuation basins, which includes 5 within the NRDR application, alongside the basins that form part of the Zone 3 application, just to give you the wider context. As I mentioned before, the basin at point 1, which is pond 1, is proposed in detail with a detailed landscaping scheme. The other 4 ponds are only marked out in terms of their location, volume, and extent, with the detailed landscaping to come forward within the reserve matters applications for Zone 3 and for Zone 2. And just before I touch on the NRDR programme and triggers, I just wanted to cover the update sheet, and members will note that there are 2 items that have been included on the update sheet. The one includes the response from, or new response from National Highways, that removes the holding objection on the applications for the Ghana community. This removal of holding objection is subject to 2 recommended conditions. In relation to the NRDR, condition 1, which includes the requirement for the completion of the PFA, including identified triggers. This is actually already covered by condition 4 for the NRDR application, which already requires the conclusion and agreement of the PFA, with the exception of minor or initial works, including tree surgery and archaeology works. And condition 2, which has been recommended, relates specifically to the Chelmsford bypass and the use of that ahead of the Junction 19 scheme being completed. And this wouldn't be relevant to the NRDR, which doesn't address proposals within the North East bypass. In addition to that, we have also received comments from Chelmsford Ghana Community Council. Again, this relates in detail to proposals for the mitigation scheme for Junction 19 of the A12. Again, because the NRDR application is looking specifically at this corridor, those comments don't impact on the proposals that we're looking at within the NRDR application itself. So moving on to the NRDR programme and triggers. So the construction of the NRDR is proposed to commence in the summer of 2026 and completed in August 2027. The early delivery of the NRDR is considered key, and also allowing the operation of the North East bypass. In terms of the triggers within the PFA, this would include no occupations on Zone 3 until the NRDR has commenced, no more than 558 residential occupations each on Zones 1 and 3 permitted until the NRDR is complete and fully operational. There's also a mechanism built into the site-specific Section 106 agreements that will require developers to confirm whether the NRDR is proceeding in line with a timetable prior to the 300th and 458th occupation on Zone 1. In addition to this, it was just to note that the triggers for the NRDR also have been prepared in relation to other triggers for other schemes across the Ghana community. This includes works to Essex Regiment Way. So they have been extensively considered across the board. And in terms of the recommended conditions, there are 32, and these are set out in full at pages 46 to 59 of the report. We just wanted to highlight some specific conditions related specifically to the NRDR. Condition 4, which is what I mentioned earlier, requires the completion of the PFA prior to development. This also includes an exception for initial works, including tree surgery and archaeology works, and this is to ensure that the NRDR can be commenced, in particular for the tree surgery in relation to works undertaken outside of bird nesting season, just to allow that to commence as swiftly as possible. Condition 25 relates to the closure, as I mentioned, to the north of the NRDR on Domsey Lane. We have a further condition in relation to Wheelers Hill and landscaping proposed in proximity to the roundabout. And members may be familiar with some of the challenges that have been in place for the RDR at Channels and Bewley. And there is a separate condition included for the Northern RDR that requires the monitoring of traffic speeds on the scheme and the requirement for the installation of average speed limit cameras if this is seen as necessary. And this takes on to the recommendation that the application be approved subject to the conditions set out in full at pages 46 and 59 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive report. We have several members of the public that would like to submit questions at this point. Can we have a Mrs. Oakley first, please? Thank you.
Sorry, do I just start? I wasn't sure if there was a timer.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Victoria Oakley and I represent Halley Developments, and we are in full support of the officer recommendation to approve the Northern Radial Distributor Road this evening. I wanted to start by saying thank you to all of those who've been involved in this process to getting us here. There are far too many to mention by name, although a significant number of the team sit on the left-hand side of me. I did, however, want to personally say thank you to Karen, Luke, William, Amy and Jeremy at the City Council, and also to my colleagues at Ptarmigan and Vistry. It's been a real, true collaborative effort and a great piece of teamwork to get us here. Halley Developments are mandated to deliver accelerated housing and infrastructure up front. First, as a landowner, we work with communities to deliver high quality design and bring forward schemes that I hope we can all be proud of. And second, we are an upfront deliverer of infrastructure, and we are going to deliver the NRDR, the Northern Radial Distributor Road, as a backbone to the garden community. The road will serve not only the garden community, but also the strategic region within Essex. It will help alleviate congestion at junction 19 on the A12 and also traffic along Essex Regiment Way. Halley has made significant progress in bringing forward the scheme early, and we seek to start on site in March with the objective of finishing in the summer of 27, and we look forward to working with you, officers, members and the community to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lowry? I understand there's 3 parts to your question. If you want to ask them all now, if the first part will be covered by the officers, and then we'll come back to the others later on with the other presentations. Thank you.
So the Domsey Lane closure? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thanks for the opportunity to make a statement. The residents and existing properties of Domsey Lane were guaranteed protection as part of the CGC Development Framework document dated January 23 and published on the City Council's website. It's been mentioned before tonight. A direct extract from that document is to minimise the impact on the existing community and the character of Domsey Lane, and also talks about the characterful dwellings to which the protection applies. Throughout the planning process for these applications, the residents have felt that this protection has slowly been eroded. We now find ourselves in a position where we'd like to highlight 3 main issues which we think remain critical to be addressed prior to these applications being approved by the committee. The first one is the Domsey Lane closure. We've previously engaged with the Planning Department and appreciate the help in achieving agreement in principle to closing off Domsey Lane. However, there isn't an obligation placed on the developers to a specific timeline as to when the lane will be closed off. Further, there is currently no legal obligation at all to close off the lane. We're quite concerned that the closure will not go ahead until the completion of the NRDR Zones 1 and 3, or even at all. Therefore, members should request a mandatory and binding obligation that delivers the lane closure as previously agreed with residents before any other development takes place as part of these applications. Do you want me to come back to the other two later?
I think that would be easier, to be honest, so yes, we'll do that.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Steele, which hat are you wearing, parish, city or county?
I'm wearing City Council Ward Council hat.
You have 5 minutes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Hemeth City Councillor, one of the ward councillors. So I want to talk about Domsey Lane and rat running. But first of all, I want to say thank you to the team for meeting with the residents and myself over the past year and working out how we can ensure that Domsey Lane doesn't become a rat run. If anybody's ever driven down Domsey Lane, it's quite an experience. It's a scary experience. I've been down once and I'm not going again, not in a car. So, and I don't want to be the county councillor dealing with complaints about rat running or accidents down Domsey Lane eventually. So that's the other hat I'm wearing. So the plans quite rightly block Domsey Lane. That's absolutely the right thing to do. It's not dissimilar if you know Hollow Lane. Something similar happened there. That's a very windy road up near the Little Hollows development, and that was paid for by S106, I think. And that works very well. What concerns me, and it was raised by the resident, and it was raised in the presentation, and I think I asked questions in the presentation a couple of weeks ago, that this block is being put in as an S249 by DFT rather than a TRO by Highways. And as such, I believe it's not an absolute condition. It's dependent upon DFT playing ball. I don't know how much of a risk that is. If it's anything like the A12 widening, it's a risk, obviously. The question really was why DFT S249 than TRO by Highways? I think Karen did say to me when I asked her it might be Luke who said it was quicker, but I don't know if that's true. But like the residents, I want to reflect that somehow we need some sort of guarantee or condition or some sort of reassurance that it won't not happen, because for me and for the residents it will be a disaster. I don't know, I kind of feel we'd have more control over TRO. I feel I might have more control over TRO as the county councillor for the area, a TRO that is via Highways. So is DFT the right way to go? That's a judgment by the officers, but we need some way of underwriting it, please, I think, that to make sure it does happen. Even if DFT don't do it, Highways will pick it up as a TRO, and I did talk to Billy about this earlier on, about might be a possibility. So really, how do we ensure that this happens, Mr. Chairman and members? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. I'd like to invite officers to come back on any questions raised there. Thank you.
Okay, if I can cover the concern raised about the Domsey Lane mitigation scheme. So I think it's worth just rolling back, because when the development framework document, the stage 1 master plan, went to policy board, the requirement in there in terms of Domsey Lane mitigation was actually to monitor the traffic flow along there and to ascertain whether there was a particular issue. We heard the residents, and we understand that there was a legitimate and reasonable concern that essentially that road could be used for rat running, because essentially it would be the only way in which it would be possible north-south to travel through the garden community. So we heard the residents. We worked with the residents, with the developer consortium, with the county council to look at the Domsey, what we've termed the Domsey Lane mitigation scheme, and that came about because there were revisions made to the bus strategy, which meant there was no need for a bus gate in the location of the active travel crossing, the point at which essentially it's proposed to make Domsey Lane effectively a no-through route. So with that discussion having taken place, we wrote to the residents, we included a plan, we met with the Garden Community Council to set out the proposal. We wrote to every single resident on the lane, and that's documented in the outline application committee reports. And of those that responded, unequivocally, they supported the proposal to close the road to through traffic at a point just north of Domsey House. In terms of how we secure that, the planning framework agreement, which I've outlined, has to be completed before we can grant outline planning permission, and indeed before, if members were minded to approve the Northern RDR this evening, before work can commence on that scheme, save for, as Luke has outlined, the tree surgery and tree removal works, which are required in order to ensure that the scheme does not slip in terms of the delivery, which obviously is crucial. So the planning framework agreement contains a specific obligation within that to carry out that mitigation scheme. So I'm happy just to summarise what's in there. So essentially, within a specified number of months of completing the PFA, the details of that Domsey Lane mitigation scheme need to be submitted to us for approval. Within so many months of completing that PFA, details of the Domsey Lane mitigation scheme are then submitted to ensure that essentially to ensure that the Domsey Lane mitigation scheme can be practically completed, and this is a key point, prior to or at the same time as completion of the NRDR. So the suggestion, therefore, that essentially the rat running would occur at the point at which the NRDR is open is not what is trailed in the PFA, and that's substantively agreed and in a form that is substantially agreed and appended to the committee papers. The developer has to notify us in writing as soon as reasonably practical, having obtained the technical approval in respect to that mitigation scheme. And then as soon as reasonably practical after receipt of that confirmation, the City Council has to use reasonable endeavours to make an application for an order. And we have set out previously why we are going along the 249 route. We understand, obviously, that we don't determine that application. That would be the DFT, although, and obviously that will come with an element of risk, as would any application. But I think it's fair to say that given the reason for doing this is quite sound, and that we have the support of residents, we've not had any voices of dissent to suggest that there would be objections to that. And then subject to the confirmation of that order pursuant to that section 249, then that mitigation scheme must be completed in accordance with the approved details and in any event no later than the completion of the NRDR. So I would just stress it's not a case that if the mitigation scheme is agreed, it has technical approval, there is a section 249 order in place, it's not a case that that mitigation scheme can be implemented at some distant date in the future. It has to be in place and completed in accordance with those approved details and in any event no later than the completion of the NRDR. So I would hope that what's in the PFA, which as I said is the overarching legal agreement that all the developers need to complete before any permission, outline permission is granted and before work on the NRDR can be commenced, save for those enabling works, I would hope that that provides a level of comfort.
I understand we have from Highways here. Could you make your contribution? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just to follow up on what Karen has said there, Essex County Council, as the local highway authority, has been consulted on the approach to closing Domsey Lane, and we are supportive in principle. Councillor Steele, I've looked at your comments about whether it should be Section 249 of the Town and Country Planning Act or Traffic Regulation Order. The situation is that it could be either, but the Town and Country Planning Act option gives kind of more surety that it will be a permanent closure that goes in, and the local planning authority can request that order is made because of the changes to the character of the area. So there is a kind of clear link to the garden community. The reality is that a TRO might also be made as well to ensure that we can enforce that. So when the restriction is in place, we can enforce it. But even if that went to the DFT and the DFT decided not to make the order, which I think is very unlikely because they would consult us as the highway authority, we would say we'd supported it. we could choose to submit a TRO anyway. So there's a number of different options here, and I think having considered all of the different options available, we agree with the City Council that the right approach has been taken. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we open up to members of the committee for questions or queries, I've got a couple myself. Could we have the slide up that shows the... I did make a note on the timeline for the timeline / conditions. I'll tell you when to stop. That was all of them, wasn't it? I think we've gone past it. What was it called? That one there, that's it. I think that's it. So the trigger points. Sorry, the next one on. So around halfway down, we've got the no occupations are permitted on Zone 3 until work on the NDR has commenced. And the second, the line after that, no more than 558 residential occupations on each on Zones 1 and 3 will be permitted. Why is it has commenced? I mean, commenced is just sticking a shovel in the ground, as far as I'd be concerned. Why is the road not to be completed before there's any occupations?
Thank you, Chair. Billy Parr from Essex County Council. So we have looked in detail at the trigger points that are required in connection with the NRDR. The point commence is an important one because it's worth bearing in mind that once work starts on the NRDR, there will also be a Section 278 highway agreement in place. And that highway agreement means that, first of all, the developers have the ability to connect that new highway with the existing highway. But it also means that if the developers start the work, i.e. they commence the work, and that work's not completed for whatever reason, then ECC as the highway authority have the ability to step in and deliver that road as a kind of worst case scenario. So once works has commenced, we can have some surety that one way or the other it will be completed, albeit we have every expectation and faith that the developers will do that to the timescales they've set out. In terms of the trigger point for completion of the NRDR, I think the point to note there is that clearly to deliver a scheme of this size and scale, it will take some time. Mrs Oakley has already outlined the timescales for doing that within her statement. But essentially, the developers are looking to start work in spring next year and to complete the road around about summer 2027. So that's the sort of time frame we're looking at for the NRDR. Alongside that, there will be build out of some homes under the planning applications that are before you today. So it's really about kind of tying together the build out of the homes to coincide with the impacts on the network and when we expect the new road infrastructure to be in place. If we were to take the position that no homes could come forward before the NRDR is complete, that would significantly delay the build out of the development. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open this up to members of the committee for any questions. Who'd like to go first? Councillor Hall.
Thanks, Chair. Really a point of clarification, I think, on new traffic flows. You'd expect a substantial amount of vehicles coming out of this area going forward. And down into Wheelers Hill, onto Essex Regiment Way, which is already, by my memory, a very busy road, particularly at rush hour times coming into Chelmsford. You've got the park and ride, maybe quarter of a mile up the road there. I'm really interested to see how that road will be remodelled, because it is nose to tail. You know, at the moment, you're going to get this extra volume going into Chelmsford. Some of it goes into the park and ride, of course. And I just wondered how you're going to cater for that and keep the traffic flowing.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a really good question, and it's one that I can assure you we've been looking at in some detail for probably the last 2 years or more. So as part of the bringing forward of the new homes and the wider development of CGC, there is a comprehensive package of improvements that need to be delivered to improve the transport and highway network. So there are some direct changes to Wheelers Hill roundabout that you mentioned as part of the NRDR application, and details of that are set out within the pack. But as part of the bringing forward of the new homes, so OPAs 1 and 3, which are before you today as well, there are a number of improvements that are required to pretty much all of the junctions on Essex Regiment Way from Wheelers Hill towards the city centre. There are trigger points agreed for all of those junction improvements. There are agreed parties that are responsible for bringing them forward, so essentially the developers will be responsible for delivering those works. And the timing of those works will sort of take place to coincide with the build-out of development so that we can manage the impact as best we can on the network.
Can you be a bit more specific about the improvements? I hear you saying improvements, but I just wanted to understand how that would happen.
Yeah, so I can certainly point you toward details within the application pack of where the schemes that we've agreed at each of the junctions are set out. But essentially at all of the kind of key junctions along Essex Regiment Way, we are looking to deliver capacity improvements. So that includes widening of the approaches into the roundabouts so that you can get more traffic through the junctions. But importantly, we're also looking to make sure that there's good provision for public transport. So you mentioned park and ride buses. We want to ensure that they can make they have a kind of reliable and quick journey into the city centre as part of those schemes as well. And then the other thing that we've done along the Essex Regiment Way corridor is to include a sustainable transport corridor such that pedestrians and cyclists for the first time will have a really good connection from this area into the city centre. So it's a combination of the junction improvements, the priority we're making for public transport and the active travel provision as well. That means that we think that the network will be able to accommodate the extra demand placed on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you happy with that response, Councillor Hall?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Any other questions, comments or queries? Anyone? Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of my queries have already been answered by the comprehensive report. Thank you very much. Again, I'm glad to hear that the treatment of Domsey Lane with the TRO or whatever. I mean, the main thing is that it does happen, and it does happen at the proper time scale. One of the questions that the residents put forward, or queries put forward, was the treatment of Wheelers Hill. Can perhaps you just run through what treatment Wheelers Hill is going to have? I know there are, on the map, there's a sort of a spur depending on where the roundabout is, but I know, just conscious of the fact that one of the some of the residents are concerned about how that's going to be treated, and I'm just anxious that that is to their satisfaction, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the question. I mean, what I can commit to doing after this call is to send through the plans that that show the changes that we're proposing to make to Wheelers Hill and the other roundabouts on Essex Regiment Way. Essentially, as I said, we're looking to increase the widths of the roads going into the roundabout so that you've got additional display capacity going into the junctions to ensure that there's more capacity and you don't get the queues of traffic to the extent that you do currently today. As well as that, we are looking to improve provision for peds and cyclists as well across the junctions. We have designed the junction to the extent that we are sure they're deliverable within the highway boundary as well, so we've had to look at how much land is available. We've had to look at how much those junction improvements would cost as well so that they can be factored into the infrastructure delivery plan. So without a plan in front of me right now, it's going to be difficult to kind of point out exactly what the changes are, but we can certainly commit to provide that information to you. Okay.
So is Wheelers Hill actually going to be cut off, or will it still remain a road from that existing, well, that new roundabout across to where it ends up? I don't know, not that well up on the geography of it, but...
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the NRDR's junction with the roundabout pretty well takes the form of the existing one for Wheelers Hill. there's a redundant area that's subject to landscaping. So Wheelers Hill ends up with a cul-de-sac. I think they might be put on the screen to clarify that. And by reforming it, that's where the capacity improvements can be achieved.
It was just purely rat running I was concerned about, obviously, as far as that's the main thing.
Rat running as in using Wheelers Hill as a highway. Wheelers Hill is diverted effectively to the new roundabout. So there is no change in the number of accesses as such. It's just diverted. So people will be able to do as they have done now at present to rejoin Wheelers Hill further to the north.
Councillor Hall.
Sorry, it was just the other bit of my first question, actually. But if you were, I was describing a scenario where you're heading into Chelmsford. The second question is, if you're living there and you're heading to the A12, will you be going in the opposite direction to Wheelers Hill on that basis and round junction 19? Does some of the volume move that way?
Yeah, thank you. So the plan is that when the NRDR, the Northern Radial Distributor Road, is completed, and that ties in with CNEB Section 1A, so the first section of the bypass, which is under construction at the moment, the plan was until recently that that would become the A131, so that the strategic road would be rerouted such that traffic that wanted to get to junction 19 of the A12, Boreham, etc., would use that route as opposed to Essex Regiment Way. So that would relieve some of the pressure on Essex Regiment Way that I think you was asking about earlier. The recent development on that is that National Highways, as part of their removal of the holding objections for the applications, have asked that for a temporary period of time between the completion of the works at junction 19, so we have a plan now for upgrade junction 19 and deliver some further improvements there. So for a temporary period until that work is complete, and after the NRDR is open and you've provided that new route through, that buses that only buses would be allowed to use Section 1A of the bypass. And the reason for that is because what we don't want to do is be delivering an improvement to junction 19 and all of a sudden see a big increase in traffic that want to use that junction whilst we're trying to complete those works. So the temporary use of Section 1A of the bypass for buses only, we're thinking about 18 months or so as a sort of worst case scenario. That would ensure that we can deliver the works at junction 19 before the traffic is rerouted, as you say, to junction 19. But as soon as those works are complete at junction 19, we would be able to open it all up and traffic would flow in the kind of new arrangement going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Lodge.
Thank you, Chair. I have a comment and a question, I think. So, general comment about the segregated footways and cycle paths is great. And then there's this section that isn't, and it's shared, and it's not enough to reject the application or anything like that, but it's just, I always like to have them segregated all the way, especially when you're putting in new infrastructure, because people are going at different speeds, and it's just annoying for cyclists, it's annoying for pedestrians when you have to share. It's a 4 metre wide footway, which presumably means that it needs to be 1 metre extra, and then it could have accommodated that. So it's just a bit of a disappointment that when you're putting in new infrastructure, that isn't in place, even though it's in place for most of it, and then just a little bit not. And then my other question is about the speed limit on the road, which I think is going to be 40, if I've understood correctly. Yeah. And then there's this kind of discussion about what to do if there's speeding. And I was sort of wondering what the trigger is for deciding whether it's a problem or not. And yeah.
If officers could come back on that, thank you.
Chair, thank you, Councillor. The shared footway business is something that we did discuss with the applicant, of course. A balance needs to be struck, On that north side, we concluded that with a lot of imagination, the amount of demand to use that route shouldn't be very high in the very long term. And it doesn't warrant the full segregation, according to, and it's in line with local transport note 120, cycle infrastructure design by the DFT. So the speed limit is, I believe that the condition refers to the Association of Chief Police Officers guidance, which, off the top of my head, I think it was just over 40 miles per hour, because it needs to go through certain legislative hoops. However, what we can say is that the design is significantly less at risk, shall we say, of excessive speeding compared to the Bewley Parkway, which I know members have been concerned about. Primarily due to the width of the road, it is narrower overall, that's psychological impact, and the number of junctions, sort of edge friction, if you like. So that it will take a period of time because the statutory processes need to be gone through, and we can't really speed that up. I can't remember if the report says. I think it's about 2 years it would take, but the surveys would happen very quickly after opening, so we should know pretty quickly whether there may be a concern.
Thank you. Councillor Hyland, do you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Page 65 of the pack, or 67 of the pack, depends how you look at it. There's an area called long-term stewardship that's talked about, and Essex County Council are refusing to adopt the roads because of some trees, I understand. So if those roads are not adopted, who pays for them? Do the residents pay for them? Are they going to see extra charges, service charges, in order to cover any roads that Essex County Council don't want to adopt?
Do you want to say anything first, Karen?
Okay, well, obviously we would want to make sure the roads are adopted, and there are many ways in which the landscaping alongside can be dealt with. One option, for example, is that it falls to the stewardship body, but obviously that needs to be looked at in some detail. If we look at Bewley Parkway at the moment, the landscaped verges alongside there are actually maintained by our parks team with a commuted sum. So there are other options other than the Highway Authority maintaining those grass verges. So obviously we don't want to lose any of the landscaping. That's a key tenet of the garden community, is the 50% green infrastructure. So we absolutely do not want to lose any of the landscaping, nor do we want to lose any of the tree-lined character. There's obviously guidance in the MPPF that talks about tree-lined streets, so clearly we don't want to lose any of the landscaping, but there are ways in which that can be secured and still the roads be adopted. So whilst the County Council may have indicated that they wouldn't want to maintain that landscaping, we know that there are other arrangements that will secure that.
Thank you. And I just covered a point about funding as well, if I may, to add to that. So as is kind of standard practice with new roads of this type, there would also be a commuted sum payable by the developers in connection with the new road. So that's a sum of money that's payable up front, such that the road can be maintained going forward. Depending on who ends up looking after the road, whether that's ECC as a county council or the stewardship body, that funding would be available to that party to maintain the road going forward.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee at this stage? No? Jeremy, would you like to read something out? Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you. Following some further analysis of the National Highway element, which is on your green sheet, we would like to just add an additional recommendation that says that the Director of Sustainable Communities use their existing delegated powers to liaise and confirm final requirements of National Highways recommendations relating to the final form of planning conditions. And that is just because to ensure that we've crossed the T's and dotted the I's in relation to that National Highways late letter to us. It just gives the Director of Sustainable Communities the ability to just negotiate that final, those final matters post resolution, if that is the way the committee goes.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions if the committee have exhausted theirs for the time being. With regards to heritage assets, would I be correct in saying that Powers Farm is probably the one that's most affected? In the pack it says the agricultural setting of the property would be significantly compromised. Now, what level of harm in planning terms are we talking about, and what mitigation is being done to protect these heritage assets? Thank you.
Thank you. It's the moderate level of less than substantial harm has been indicated for Powers Farm. The assessment that was provided looked not only at the NRDR but also the impacts of the proposals within Zone 3, so the wider garden community as well. And as you say, because the NRDR runs to the south of the Powers Farm site, obviously a lot of its setting is lost because of the development. However, it's still considered at that moderate level of less than substantial harm. In terms of the mitigation, in terms of the NRDR application itself, the mitigation is limited because the landscaping proposals for the NRDR are contained to the site itself. However, the Zone 3 site, which is obviously the item we'll be considering subsequently, includes a substantial amount of mitigation which takes into account the impact of the NRDR as well, which includes a substantial woodland buffer around the edge of the Powers Farm site, as well as the provision of a heritage corridor which provides a landscape link between Powers Farm and Peverils Farm, which was a key component of the DFD and is reflected in the Zone 3 proposal. So, as we've said in the report, it's viewed, given the level of harm that's been identified, that the public benefits and the need for the strategic connection delivered by the NRDR outweighs that. But we are mindful that there is mitigation provided as part of the Zone 3 proposal package. However, that is additional mitigation that will be there on the ground, as it were, but not necessarily as part of this application because it's confined to the NRDR corridor itself. So it's one of those sort of issues that comes around because of the interdependencies between the applications. But those mitigation measures are there, as I say, within the Zone 3 proposals, and we can of course cover that in more detail in the subsequent agenda items.
So that includes the discovery trail and things like that?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. I've got one more question. Bear with me while I scroll down to it, because as we all know, this pack is huge. With regards to the target of 60% of all trips originating within the development to be non-car, and that there will be penalty payments introduced if that isn't met, and other measures introduced if they're not met, how is that measured? And who by it, and what are these fines? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the approach that you're referring to there is set out within our Monitor and Manage strategy, which is a document that's appended to the Planning Framework Agreement. So this is a relatively new approach that we're taking within Essex. We haven't done it to the same level of detail, at least in any other development in Essex as yet. But effectively, we and the developers have set ambitious targets for mode share, active travel mode share, and public transport mode share. That is set out within the strategy. The achievement of those levels of mode share and the trip rates that are going to be generated from the development will be monitored as part of annual monitoring that's going to be undertaken throughout the duration of the build-out of the development. So similar to the existing travel plan monitoring that takes place currently within the Bewley development, we've got a kind of good basis to build on there and to really understand what's going on in terms of new trips that are being generated, where those trips are to and from, journey purposes, etc. So given that we're going to know that information as part of the monitoring, we have the ability to tie the targets that we've set out within the strategy to payments that will be payable if those targets are not met. So essentially, if the targets are not achieved, there's a number of steps that we would take, first of all, to try and bring the active travel mode share and the public transport mode share up to the required standards. But if that's not met, and the details of this are set out within the strategy, then the payments will become payable by the developers at agreed timeframes within the build-out of the development. And then that money will be available to the City Council in consultation with the County Council to allocate to measures to try and improve the active and public transport mode share further. So it's a relatively new approach, but it is based on sort of tried and tested principles that have been set out by the Town and Country Planning Association. And the details of this and how it's going to work are set out within the Planning Framework Agreement. Thank you.
So coming back on that, is that a written survey that the residents respond to, or how is it actually measured, these trips?
Yeah, so there's a combination of different surveys that are planned. So first and foremost, there will be automatic traffic counts located around the development at agreed timeframes each year. So we'll repeat those on an annual basis to make sure that they're kind of repeatable. There will also be surveys undertaken of local residents as well. So as part of the travel plan monitoring, residents will be asked about the trips they make and how they make them, journey purposes, etc. And all of that data combined will be pulled together into monitoring reports that will go to the City Council each year.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer. It's appreciated that you know what you're talking about. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee at this stage? No? Okay. So in that case, I move that application 23/00114/full be approved subject to the conditions detailed in the agenda pack, the relevant parts of the green sheets and the comments as made by Jeremy Potter just now. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Dobson, thank you. All those in favour of approving this application, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. That has been passed. Thank you. So items 6, 7, 8 and 9 will be discussed all together. There'll be one presentation and we'll take the vote separately at the end. Thank you. Over to officers.
Thank you, Chair. We are now going to present the Zone 1 and 3 applications collectively, although we will hone in on the elements that are specific and unique to each application as we proceed. So if we start with the shared vision, so the ambition for the garden community is essentially one where it becomes exemplary, meaning that it exceeds what has typically been achieved on other major development schemes within the city area, and that includes Boolean channels. So the shared vision, as set out on the slide, is one of a shared place, so displaying an ethos of equality that reflects the collaboration behind its development, with every element of the vision informed by the need to become carbon zero and to minimise the impact of the new community on climate change. So what is the shared ethos? So the shared ethos has 5 key pillars, and it's displayed diagrammatically as a wheel, and within the development framework document, which has been appended to your committee papers, you'll see that that wheel is repeated throughout the document. So these 5 pillars permeate through every part of the DFD, and they are encapsulated within the overall master plan. So they comprise, firstly, rewilding everyday life. So that essentially means delivering green and blue infrastructure everywhere. Secondly is participatory governance. So it's very much focused on the community stewardship of the place and a form of governance which is centred on participation. Thirdly, promoting active travel. So essentially creating villages and a community which is walkable, inherently cyclable and well connected. Fourthly, developing inclusive villages. So this means establishing a community which is not only accessible, but both affordable and livable. And finally, the concept of a 15-minute neighbourhood. So essentially creating that circular economy where essentially everything, your facilities, green spaces, etc., can all be accessed within approximately 15-minute walk of your home. So the Town and Country Planning Association Garden City Principles were used as the starting point for the 5 key pillars, and they have informed the ethos of the garden community as set out in detail within your committee report. So underpinning the DFD and the vision are a series of key targets and metrics, and these are captured on the slide. Just picking out just a few of these, the power of 10 in the centre. So this is essentially where clustering complementary mixed uses and facilities means that they become greater than the sum of their parts. So to some degree, we've already got the beginnings of that at Bewley with the neighbourhood centre. We have an education provision there, there's a health provision, there's retail, there's the community centre, there's an array of other support facilities, so there's a dental practice there. So we've already got the makings of something that's moving towards the power of 10. 50% green infrastructure, so creating a garden community which is embedded in landscape, and as you've already heard mentioned, at least 60% of the trips originating within the garden community being by non-car and active modes of travel. So then distilling this down then into the metrics, so these are set out within the principle of development sections of your committee papers, but displayed on the slide, again having regard to the deliverables, members will note that this leads to the establishment of 3 new destination parks, 20 kilometres of multifunctional greenways, and they seek to achieve the 50% green infrastructure provision. So that's just an example of how the metric is then distilled into the deliverables. And then this is the master plan. So as you can see, this from this slide, you can get a sense clearly of the scale of the development. Just to the south of the slide there, in purple, just over to the west, is the Channels development, which members will be familiar with. And in red is the Bewley development. Not all of the Bewley development is encapsulated on that slide, but you can get a sense from just looking at Bewley and Channels just how significant in scale and size the new elements of the garden community are. And then just looking at the 2 applications before us. So we're essentially focusing on the western side of the garden community. So the area outlined and shaded in red is Zone 1. The area to the top there in the purple is Zone 3. And then running through Zone 3 and extending across the east is the area outlined in green is the Northern Radial Distributor Road, which obviously we've just discussed in detail. So if we look at the Zone 1 detail then. So in summary, the outline application is submitted in an outline with all matters reserved except for access. Outline permission is sought for up to 1,500 new dwellings, and this is proposed with 65% as market units and 35% affordable, with 5% of the total units provided as self-build or custom build, which amounts to 75 units. Employment provision is proposed to be accommodated in 2 designated areas. These are shown in blue on the plan, and the first of the 4 village centres within the garden community in dark red, with the education provision alongside in lilac. And if we turn to the Zone 3 application, so again all matters are reserved except for access. Up to 1,250 new dwellings are proposed in Zone 3, and this would comprise an open market traditional element which consists of a mix of market and affordable units, so that's 730 units, and then a rental component being single family rent and or build to rent units, and that element comprises 520 units. The Zone 3 scheme also secures Discovery Park North, known as the Great Belsize Sports Hub, so that's the area in green in the centre there, and that forms one of 3 formal strategic sports hubs across the garden community. And the applications have been submitted in both cases as hybrid applications, so there are elements in outline and then elements in full. So this slide just then depicts the detailed components. So in the case of Zone 1, full planning permission is sought, as you can see here, for the initial phase of on-site highway works. So that comprises an east-west street that runs through the scheme, through the village, at the edge of the village centre, a north-south main street, including a bus gate, and also strategic surface attenuation drainage works, a new roundabout on Essex Regiment Way, and the siting of a pedestrian and cycle bridge over Essex Regiment Way. And then the Zone 3 element, similarly, full permission is sought for highway and drainage infrastructure, so 2 spine roads. These are north-south carriageways. You can see them at the top of the image there in orange. Cycleways and footways to and from the NRDR. As Lucas mentioned, there's several crossings proposed across the NRDR. Drainage and sustainable urban drainage systems, and the siting of 5 substations to serve the development. So if we turn now to the detailed elements of the scheme. So underpinning the entire garden community, and as emphasised in the Town and Country Planning Garden Centre principles, is the importance of putting in place long-term governance and stewardship arrangements. These need to be in place from the start for the new community infrastructure and its assets. So the DFD provides a series of guiding principles which took account of the independent advice that the local planning authority obtained, and the principles centre upon there being a single stewardship body across the entire garden community, excluding Boolean channels unless otherwise agreed by the entities that are already in place there. Promotion of community-led development, so that's ensuring high levels of community participation and engagement. A new stewardship body which is a not-for-profit entity. Minimised and capped service charges subject to democratic changes, and the inclusion of some income-generating assets, which is potentially, in many ways, that distinguishes what's being proposed here, perhaps from Boolean channels, with those income-generating assets being quite a critical part of the stewardship piece. So prior to determination of the first outline planning application, so that is the point at which the site-specific Section 106 agreement has been completed and the planning permission can be granted, the planning framework agreement requires the consortium of developers to submit for approval full details of the governance structure of the proposed stewardship vehicle, the stewardship vehicle business plan and a stewardship statement of the proposed vehicle, and a programme for establishing and operating that vehicle. So a site-wide stewardship statement has already been agreed, and this is appended to the planning framework agreement within your committee papers. That was informed by approximately 18 months of discussions, workshops and collaborative working with all parties. The business plan is intended to set out the scope, the specification and the cost of the stewardship activities to be undertaken by that new body in whatever form it should take, and the proposed income sources to deliver them. So this would include revenue from income generating assets as well as potentially from resident service charges. So the formation of the Chelmsford Garden Community Council back in 2023 has provided an exciting opportunity for the new council to be at the heart of the garden community stewardship. And I'm pleased to say they have been keen to pursue stewardship as the locally elected body, providing democratic accountability and assurance to current and future residents. So the Garden Community Council resolved to proceed with developing a business case and to take on a central stewardship role. They appointed an independent consultant in August 2025. We have met with the Garden Community Council and that consultant, and significant work has been undertaken to date involving an extensive review and refinement of all of the list of assets which we have documented, to develop terms of reference for a stewardship steering group. They have held a meeting with the consortium in early October, undertaken workshops with the parish councillors, and all of this is seeking to establish an agreed vision and priorities, continued proactive engagement and collaboration with the consortium and the local councils. Moving then to housing and inclusive villages. So the shared ethos, as I set out earlier in the presentation, seeks to ensure that each of the villages which make up the garden community are inclusive. So this means delivering a wide mix of homes of varying tenures, types and sizes, and catering to a range of needs. 35% of the dwellings are to be delivered as affordable housing, with a mix of housing to be provided in accordance with the most up-to-date planning policies, the Strategic Housing Market Assessment and the Council's housing strategy. And the garden community will deliver appropriately accessible and adaptable housing which meets building regulations applicable at the time. So we have future-proofed this in terms of the wording of the conditions, as well as specialist housing. So if we look at each zone individually, so in terms of zone 1, 35% of the units are to be provided and maintained as affordable housing, and that's split, as I've outlined earlier, 70% affordable rent or shared social rent broken down by unit size, and 30% as shared ownership. Of the new affordable housing, 5% would need to be built to meet M43 requirements, so that means they need to be wheelchair user dwellings or subsequent government standard. And an affordable housing scheme, much like Bewley, is required to be submitted to address phasing, delivery and the mix for each phase. There's also requirements in terms of self and custom build, so to be provided at a rate of 5% of the total number of units. Those units are exempt from affordable housing. There is a requirement to submit and have agreed a detailed design code, and for plot passports to be submitted and agreed in relation to the self and custom build element. The Council Specialist Residential Accommodation Planning Advice Note refers to the latest assessment of housing need, and that has informed the Council's housing strategy. The greatest need is for those experiencing or fleeing domestic abuse, homeless persons with mental health issues requiring support, and young people leaving care or otherwise are vulnerable. So a commuted sum in this case is considered the most appropriate mechanism for addressing specialist residential accommodation, and that would be secured within the Section 106 agreement. Turning now to the specifics of Zone 3. So as I mentioned previously, 730 of the 1,250 units would comprise market housing, 35% of which would be provided as affordable housing, again split with the 70-30 ratio. 520 of the units, however, would comprise single-family housing and build-to-rent flats. 20% would be provided at discount market rent in perpetuity, and that would be secured within the Section 106 agreement. Again, the same requirement applies in terms of the M43 wheelchair user dwellings and the requirement to submit the affordable housing scheme. To the north of the NRDR3, the developer has proposed that 3 units be built and the freeholds handed over to the stewardship body as an income-generating asset as community-led housing, and the mix proposes 1 2-bed, 1 3-bed and 1 4-bed unit. The same requirements apply in terms of the self and custom build, and in terms of sustainability, the market and affordable units to the north of NRDR are to be built and provided as passive passive house standard. So essentially, this could become very much a case scenario to follow in subsequent zones. So very much a demonstrator site. And then the same requirement would apply in terms of the specialist residential accommodation.
The recommendations for both of the outline zones, Zone 1 and Zone 3, include a requirement for the preparation of detailed design codes to ensure the higher standard of design quality This would also need to adhere to the defined parameter plans as proposed, as well as adhering to the site-wide principles document, which is a separate document which will be appended to the PFA, ensuring coordination across the development parcels and zones within the garden community. The design codes will also need to adhere to national guidance in terms of the content that's included within the condition. This reflects the National Model Design Code. On the screen, just shows a snapshot on the right-hand side. This is Zone 1. It shows an extract from the Design and Access Statement showing an indication of development or character zones. And on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see this reflected in the approach to the building heights parameter plan. So the character of the development and thereby the building heights is very much reflective of the creation of the village centres and identities of those and the landscape context. So in Zone 1, you have up to 5 stories within the village centre itself, with 4-storey development just to the south, adjacent to the village centre. And then the areas in yellow include parameters for up to 3 stories, with an even lower height secured in the hatched area to the south, which is near to the Channels complex and the southern section of Domsey Lane. And it's very much a similar approach in terms of Zone 3. And as I say, the same condition is applied to both zones in terms of the requirement for the preparation of detailed design codes. Again, Zone 3, in terms of the character areas, reflect the approach in terms of the development parcels north of the RDR, which would have a much lower density, and that's reflected as well in the building heights, which is limited to 2 stories, which is the northern edge of the scheme. The vast majority, in terms of the parameter plan, reflect its location adjacent to the village centre within Zone 1, and that allows up to 4 stories. And there are a specific area adjacent to Domsey Lane where that's reduced to story heights up to 3 stories. And the corridor, which you can just see to the north, which is what I mentioned earlier between Powers Farm and Peverils Farm, where it's reduced to 2.5 stories. And just moving on to movement and transport, and as has been mentioned in the NRDR presentation, the prioritisation of active travel and public transport has been very much the core focus of the garden community and the proposals that have been submitted. There is a key, obviously significant target within the DFD, which is what we've already discussed on the previous item with the 60% modal share. And realising this target, I think it's been accepted by all involved, requires placemaking that fundamentally reduces the reliance on the private car. And on the screen now is an extract from the development framework document, which shows the overriding approach with regards to active travel across the garden community, including the provision of primary and secondary routes. Also indicated on here is provision of mobility hubs as well, which form a key part of the approach. They are high-quality routes structured around key destinations, both within the garden community itself, so the key village centres and employment areas, but also those important off-site connections, such as the new railway station at Bewley Park, as well as the sustainable transport corridor on Essex Regiment Way. The current slide just shows a closer snapshot comparing both the DFD framework with the combined parameter plans for Zone 1 and 3, with the active travel network highlighted within it. So this is really there to reflect that the DFD has very much been followed in terms of the approach to active travel provision within the proposed parameter plans. And they've been carefully coordinated across the zones to ensure that these provide comprehensive routes. And as I say, there's the site-wide principles document, which provides a further level of coordination between the zones. I think important to note on this diagram as well, there are some additional connections that are noted. So in the red circle there is the location of the pedestrian cycle bridge, which will be provided over Essex Regiment Way, and the blue dotted line just shows the rough alignment of what would form the sustainable transport corridor, which, as we mentioned earlier on the previous item, provides direct cycle routes south along Essex Regiment Way, which would be one of the key off-site areas of improvements secured through the proposals. I think it's important to note that the parameter plans for both zones have been extensively reviewed and considered by both Essex Highways and Active Travel England, who have provided their support to the proposals. In addition to active travel, the bus strategy is absolutely key for the Garland community. And the DFD set out the requirement to achieve a well-integrated, high-quality bus service, which makes bus travel a viable and preferable alternative to the private car. Both zones are supported by a CGC-wide bus strategy, which is appended into the PFA. So on screen is a snapshot of or an extract from that site-wide strategy. This shows the entirety of the Ghana community in relation to the bus stops proposed as part of those routes and the proximity of those to the development parcels. And within the DFD, there was a commitment for bus stops to be provided within 400 metres of the development parcels within CGC. The vast majority do adhere to that requirement. There is one parcel just in the centre which is part of Zone 1. That is just beyond the 400 metre distance. However, as part of the proposals within the site-wide bus strategy, there is further mitigation that's been proposed, including bus passes, club car credits and active travel vouchers. It's also important to note that this particular parcel is on a key east-west active travel route, primary route, which provides high-quality connections into two village centres, one within Zone 2 to the east and also towards the Great Belfast Village Centre to the west. In addition to the strategies outlined, the development at the Ghana community within both zones will be required to adhere to the baseline parking standards set out within the development framework document. The baseline standards have been designed to meet the modal share target and aims to create a culture of limited car ownership from the outset. It is a staged requirement, so reflective of the level of infrastructure that will be installed at various parts of the Ghana community, so a much lower standard expected towards the latter part of the build out of the Ghana community, which will expected to be the latter phases of Zone 2, which is not considered under the current item. But the requirement in terms of the planning condition is that the reserve matters applications for developments within both Zones 1 and 3 will be supported by a parking strategy, which will set out how they adhere to these baseline standards. And as I mentioned earlier, in addition to the other measures proposed, the Ghana community also includes an array of mobility hubs. and they were on this earlier slide from the DFD. One of the mobility hubs will be located within the Great Belsize Village Centre, which is within Zone 1. So in terms of the mobility hubs and provision, the idea is that they provide a way to conveniently change your mode of travel, so collectively provide provision including e-scooter hiring, parking, charging, cycle stands, repair facilities, car club parking, as well as EV charging, and they are provided, as I say, in key village centres, including the village centre within Zone 1 and in close proximity to bus stops. Before the mobility hubs will be agreed, there is an expectation that additional information is provided within the detailed design codes to show how these would be integrated into the village centre.
So the slide before you now shows the key items of off-site infrastructure. I don't propose to cover necessarily all of them. Some of them will come forward as part of the Zone 2 application. But in the context of the applications before you this evening, the off-site infrastructure delivered in Zone 1 includes the Sustainable Transport Corridor. So this is a corridor that will be provided alongside the western side of Essex Regiment Way. It will link in with the bridge that's being provided as part of that application. And it routes down to Nabbott's, the Nabbott's roundabout, where it would then pick up on the opposite side of the road, the Chelmsford Valley Road corridor, which is the requirement of Zone 2. So there's a continuous corridor that's provided alongside, on the western side of Essex Regiment Way. You heard County colleague Billy Parr referencing series of junction improvement works that are required as part of along Essex Regiment Way. So that includes improvements to Pratt's Farm roundabout. It includes the provision of a new site access roundabout, a fifth arm to the Pratt's Farm roundabout to access the Innovation Hub, which is one of the employment hubs, which I will come to later in the presentation. Improvements to the Armistice Avenue roundabout. So there's a whole sequence of improvements along the Essex Regiment Way corridor to those roundabouts. But in terms of active travel, in addition to the Sustainable Transport Corridor on the western side of Essex Regiment Way, there is also a requirement to provide a contribution to the active travel route to Broomfield. So this is, you'll see on the western side, there are two routes extending across the green wedge. So one of those routes is the active travel route to Broomfield, which Luke will cover in greater detail shortly. And the second is the Broomfield corridor, which extends via Mill Lane. So some improvements to that corridor. Some of those off-site works are the responsibility of the developer. Others, contributions will be secured, and the schemes will either be delivered by the city or the county council. And in the context of Zone 3, obviously, critical item of infrastructure, as you've already heard and we've discussed, is the northern RDR to the north, and improvements to Bridleway 55, Little Waltham, which then allows connections to be made back across Essex Regiment Way, just south of Wheelers Hill, to enable connections to the village of Little Waltham. So essentially, we're very much looking to try and connect the garden community with the surrounding neighbourhoods and ensure that people can access the city centre and surrounding areas and not just focus on the routes which you've heard obviously are being secured within the scheme itself. So turning to Junction 19 and the mitigation scheme. So obviously back in July, as set out in the report, unfortunately the government made the decision not to proceed with the funding of the DCO scheme. So this was the widening scheme along along the A12 corridor, and that included works to Junction 19 and a pedestrian cycle equestrian bridge over the A12 at Paynes Lane, which would have connected Boreham with Bewley. So having made that decision, obviously that had ramifications for the garden community applications, and a scheme of proportionate works has been developed for the Boreham interchange in the absence of that scheme. We'll see on the next slide shortly that that scheme includes the widening of various roundabout exits and additional lanes. National Highways have confirmed their acceptance to the layout of that mitigation scheme, and you'll see on the update paper that they have withdrawn their holding objection on all of the applications, subject to some conditionality, which I'll cover shortly. The scheme, however, has been costed in the region of 12 million. And in that respect, extensive discussions have taken place between Homes England, the DfT and National Highways, the County Council and the City Council, and separately with the consortium, as to how to deliver and fund that scheme. So within your committee papers, you'll see at the, in the appendices, there are a series of letters that have been provided from Homes England, from the DfT/National Highways, and from the County Council. So Homes England have confirmed their commitment to take a recommendation paper to their board in January, and that will set out a proposal to fund 4 million of the project cost. The remaining 8 million would need to be funded, and it's anticipated at this point in time that that cost would be met by DfT/National Highways, and the County Council critically have indicated their commitment to complete the works to Junction 19 by October 2028. In order for that to happen, members will be aware that there is currently a HIF award, award of 218 million, and that was to enable the delivery of the North East Chelmsford Bypass and Bewley Park Railway Station. So they are being jointly funded, and obviously Bewley Park Station is now open. The North East Bypass Section 1A is at an advanced stage, but not all the funding called upon has been spent. So a material amendment to that grant determination agreement is proposed, and that would procure the delivery of both the Junction 19 scheme and works to the station access roundabout, which I'll come to later. So in essence, 658 homes could be occupied within the garden community by 28-29 if, as set out, the County Council were to complete the works to Junction 19 by October 2028. And I don't expect you to necessarily see all the detail on this slide, but essentially this is the mitigation scheme that has been agreed with National Highways. They have had their own consultants undertake some work on this to test and to check the acceptability of this scheme. It includes for widening of exits, provision of a new A12 northbound on-slip road, similar to what was proposed within the DCO scheme, provision of widening to the westbound approach to the General's Lane Western Roundabout, an additional lane on the Drovers Way southbound approach, a reduction to the Drovers Way roundabout Central Island, and an increase in the length of the flare on the A12 northbound off-slip road. So quite a comprehensive scheme of mitigation works to enable the garden community to proceed. And works are also required to roundabout 5. So roundabout 5 on Bewley Parkway is the roundabout which currently serves Bewley Park Station. You can see it's at the bottom of the slide there. It's proposed that the roundabout essentially moves north and is increased in size, and that is necessary in order for to accommodate the garden community, because currently that roundabout would be operating significantly over capacity if those works were not undertaken. The enlargement and reconstruction of that roundabout, however, has been calculated to the tune of 24 million. Proactive and positive discussions have been undertaken between the respective local authorities, the developer consortium, Homes England, and more recently between the County Council, National Highways, the DfT and Homes England. And Homes England have indicated, as I've set out, a commitment to take a recommendation paper to their delivery board in January. So that recommendation would be to agree that 12 million of that HIF contribution, so the unallocated contingency for the Bewley access package, so the Bewley Park Station and the bypass, That would be split 4 million for A12 Junction 19 and 8 million towards the works required to roundabout 5. Moving on to other aspects, we've obviously touched on this to some degree in response to the question raised on the previous item, but over the course of considering the applications, we received several representations from residents of Domsey Lane, reiterating concerns about the increase in the volume of vehicles which could use the lane, and also raising concerns about potential harm that could arise from interventions. As I've mentioned, there's no longer a requirement to put a bus gate in the location marked as crossing 2 there. So instead, an active travel route would be provided across the lane, and there would be the need for turning heads to incorporate the mitigation scheme so that anybody travelling along that lane that hasn't realised by this point that they can't access the entire length of Domsey Lane has the ability to turn round and head back towards the northern RDR. So having regard, as I said, to the position taken in relation to the bus strategy and to give greater certainty to all parties, we see that there is significant benefit in agreeing that mitigation scheme. So that is a requirement of the Planning Framework Agreement. We've worked closely with the Highway Authority, with the local community, the developer consortium, to consider options for preventing that through traffic, with the key considerations being the impact that any measures would have on the character of the lane, how it would function in the future as a highway, and ensuring that the proposal can be delivered either on land that is within the control of the relevant developers or within the highway. So that is firmly a commitment that's set out in the Planning Framework Agreement.
I'm just now briefly going to run through some of the detailed highway components within the full element of the Zone 1 and Zone 3 application. So you can see on the screen at the moment, we've provided 2 snapshots of the general arrangement plans of the key east-west road that extends from the new roundabout proposed on Essex Regiment Way through the village centre and then beyond into Zone 3. And very much similar to the approach that we discussed on the NRDR, there's a provision of a segregated footway cycleway in addition to the road infrastructure itself, as well as substantial landscaping provided to provide separation between the active travel routes and the road. Another key feature in Zone 1 is the provision of a bus link road which extends and connects the north and south of Zone 1. So I'll be touching briefly in a moment on the use of bus gates across both zones, but in essence you will not be able to drive a car from the southern half of Zone 1 into the northern half, and this will be exclusively a bus route that extends through what's referred to as the Discovery Park, which is the destination park within Zone 1. So this shows an element of that bus route. So you can see an active travel route running south and then extending to the west there. So that would extend through into the Discovery Park to provide a route south. At this point, because of the low volume and use, given the nature of this link, there is also provision for cyclists on road at that point. And then when that connects back into the development further south, so these smaller parcels in the southern half of Zone 1 would be accessed through the existing development at Channels, and this also runs along the edge of the existing Channels complex. So the character of the road in this element of the scheme is very much different from the road to the north. So it's a much narrower road, as reflected also in the lower building height, so a different character of road. Given the design speed, I should say all the roads within the Ghana community would be 20 mile an hour speed limits. Again, there's provision for it would be cycling on road at this point with, as I mentioned, other routes heading south through the Discovery Park, and also later on provision in Zone 2 as well. And this provides a snapshot of the roads proposed within Zone 3. So as Karen mentioned before, we have 2 roads extending north-south from the NRDR connecting back into Zone 1. And the provision of the highway works or highway proposals in Zone 3 are pretty consistent across all elements, which includes segregated cycleways and footways, and where we have east-west active travel routes within the parameter plans, there's also provision for informal crossing points to allow for continuation of those routes and for cyclists to join and exit those routes to other parcels in the Garden community. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, there you go. The scheme is also reliant on the use of bus gates that prevent vehicle traffic rat running through the scheme. This ensures that traffic within the Garden community is there to serve the Garden community itself rather than through routes, with the radial routes obviously providing access to longer journeys. So we've indicated here with the red circles the location of the bus gates. So as I mentioned before, this would prevent routes north-south across Zone 1. There's also a further bus gate located in Zone 3 that prevents north-south routes at that point as well. And we've included a snapshot there of what these would look like on the ground. And in terms of the landscape strategy, as Karen indicated, a key objective of the Garden community was the delivery of green infrastructure, not only in terms of its quantity, but in terms of its multifunctional value across the Garden community, achieving a 50% target, which was set out in the DFD. And this is an extract from the DFD showing the green infrastructure framework. And we've just tried to highlight there in the blue and red the location of Zone 1 and Zone 3 in relation to the wider Garden community. And then this shows the comparison between what was in the DFD and what has been proposed. So this is amalgamated green infrastructure proposals for both Zones 1 and 3. So in addition to the key areas of open space include the Discovery Park within Zone 1 to the south. We also have the Great Belstead Sports Hub, which is within Zone 3 to the north. There is a comprehensive network of greenways connecting these substantial landscape spaces. And in terms of Zone 1, it achieves well over the 50% requirement in terms of green infrastructure, and indeed so does Zone 3 as well, with Zone 1 providing approximately providing 21 hectares of open green space, which far exceeds the policy requirements. And the next slide just shows the extract from the site-wide sports strategy. So a joint strategy was proposed covering Zones 1 and 3, and this was then further supplemented by an additional strategy provided by Zone 2 to provide a comprehensive sports strategy for the whole of the Garden community. A key component of that, as I mentioned, is the Great Belstead Sports Hub, within the centre of Zone 3 and to the north of the Ghana community, which you can see on the screen. The sports hub proposed includes sufficient land to accommodate 3 adult or 3 senior football pitches, 3 junior football pitches, as well as a cricket field with 9 wickets, and importantly a sports pavilion. This has been reviewed and we've had heavy involvement from Sport England in terms of the sports strategy and proposals for within Zone 3, including the sports hub, and they are satisfied that adequate provision has been made, and also support the strategy, that site-wide strategy that has been set out. And the current slide shows the wider picture in terms of strategic open space and sports provision. So you can see the Great Belter Sports Hub within Zone 3. Right within the centre there is the location of an all-through school within Zone 2, which would, similar to the current Bewley Park School, have a joint use agreement in place. And then Zone 2 provides a further sports hub as well to the east in the Dukeswood, by the edge of the Dukeswood Country Park. And then we've also indicated here to the south Bewley Park School, which, as I say, has a joint use agreement, as well as a further sports facility that will come forward in the current phase of the Bewley development. We've already covered this briefly in relation to the NRDR, but the history of the site and heritage was a key component of the DFD and the proposal for the garden community, and it was seen very much as a key element in terms of celebrating the history of the site and, importantly, employing that within the placemaking within the garden community. And the DFD set this down in a framework of heritage interventions across the site. And you can see this on the screen now. So a lot of those, as we were discussing, are focused around the northern part of Zone 3 near to the NRDR, where there are a collection of designated heritage assets to the north. We also have further interventions in terms of buffers and landscaping provided adjacent to Domsey Lane, which is seen as a non-designated heritage asset, as well as interventions to the south within Zone 1. And as we were speaking before, this shows an example of additional work that we've done looking at a key corridor within Zone 3, which would be a landscape link between Powers and Peveril's farmhouse, which are both Grade 2 listed. And this is very much in accordance with the DFD and those interventions that I set out on the previous slide. And you can see that the Green Infrastructure Plan on the left-hand side of the screen has been proposed in response to that. In addition to the green infrastructure proposals and mitigation that's been proposed, there is also a proposal for a discovery trail that links together these various heritage assets across the scheme, which, in addition to the actual active travel elements within that, is also the ability to provide interpretation boards, public art that look to celebrate the history of the site and incorporate that within the new development. So in terms of ecology, both the Zone 1s and Zone 3 proposals have been supported by environmental statements, which set out the baseline ecological position across both sites and identified the effects on protected species and the scope of mitigation that would be necessary. The recommendations and the position set out in those reports were supported by specific assessments of protected species within the sites. And these documents have all been comprehensively reviewed by specialist ecological officers at Essex Place Services, and the conditions that they recommended have been included within the recommendation. It's important to note that both applications have also been supported by biodiversity net gain reports and metrics. These confirm that on-site provision of the developments will exceed the 20% objective set out within the DFD. As I say, they will exceed that, so well beyond the current legal requirement of 10%. And in addition to the proposal for green infrastructure across the site, both sites are supported by comprehensive drainage strategies, and these are also accompanied by flood risk assessments. Both developments include a network of swales and attenuation basins to deal with surface water drainage. Both sites include elements of the drainage that are proposed in detail as well as those in outline. So in relation to Zone 3, which is the example on the screen at the moment, the attenuation basins are proposed in terms of their location, their volume, but not in terms of the detailed landscaping. So in terms of the assessment and officers' consideration, it's crucial that the landscaping and planting of these features responds to the context within the Ghana community. So we don't want these to become simply engineering features. So the intention is for the landscaping to come forward with the reserve matters alongside those development parcels to define them within their landscape context. It's important to note as well that the County Council, in their role as the lead local flood authority, has raised no objections to the strategies proposed, subject to the conditions they have recommended, which we've included within the recommendation.
Thank you. Moving to employment. So the garden community seeks to provide high quality, rich employment space which serves both the emerging local and the wider population and accommodates a range of uses. These are key to facilitating a self-sustaining and mixed community. So a key element of the vision is the concept of this circular economy, which I referred to previously. So centering on providing flexible, high-quality spaces to encourage the local economy, delivering a mix of flexible employment spaces and supporting increased working from home through smart residential and commercial technologies. So if we look at the provision across zones 1 and 3, the Innovation Hub, which is shown just to the south there, so the south of the Parkwood Ride, that forms the first and the largest employment hub across the garden community. And this is intended to deliver employment space for office, high technology sectors, as well as other key growth areas such as creative, digital media and professional services. The siting of the hub adjacent to Essex Regiment Way is essentially intentional. It ensures close access to a key transport corridor. It includes the adjacent park and ride site and obviously ease of access to public transport services. So it's a well-placed location for that first employment hub. The third hub within the garden community is the Channels employment area. So you can see that's the smaller area in blue just over to the east. And that will provide smaller scale, flexible employment floor space. So then zooming out to the wider picture. So a further employment area would be provided at Willow Hill. So that's just to the north. That will come forward within Zone 2. And the strategic location of that hub close to the NRDR and the first phase of the Chelmsford North East bypass means that it's well placed for logistics, enabling it to connect with customers within the garden community and the wider city area. There's also opportunities for employment to be proposed within each of the village centres, so they are marked on the slide, and also within the 2 sports hubs. So we've marked those with the asterisk notation across the slide there. So plenty of other opportunities for employment provision. A site-wide employment statement has been prepared. That's appended to the planning framework agreement, and this details how the applications would combine to deliver a development which meets the 1 job per dwelling target which is set out in the DFD. There's an economic strategy submitted in support of Zone 1 on the basis that it has 2 of the employment hubs, and a progress delivery group which would be funded by the developers and or landowners would review progress in terms of the commercial delivery employment matters. The legal agreement for Zone 1 would require the applicant to submit a marketing plan. That's within 6 months of the grant of outline planning permission, and that would need to detail how that employment hub would be marketed in order to prove as successful as possible. Land at both the Innovation Hub and the Channels employment area, so both employment facilities within Zone 1, would be safeguarded for employment uses for a minimum period following the approval of that marketing plan. And the Section 106 agreement would also require the applicant to submit and obtain approval to a local labour and skills plan. So moving on to health and community infrastructure. So a fundamental tenet of the garden community, which is set out in the Garden City Principles, is the establishment of a strong cultural, recreational and shopping facilities in vibrant social neighbourhoods, which critically are to be walkable. So the development, as we've heard, is underpinned by a strong network of these primary and secondary footpaths and extensive range of health and social infrastructure. So the Zone 1 development builds upon the DFD's vision of a live well community, and healthy placemaking has very much influenced the application, with the urban environment arranged to maximise convenience, prioritise the needs of pedestrians and cyclists, and focus on the creation of a number of shared spaces. At the Great Belsters Village Centre, a health centre, so the first of 2 health centres across the garden community, would be provided. This would extend to 584 square metres gross external area, and the village centre would also encapsulate a range of other facilities to meet the needs of the community. So this includes a broad range of the Class E uses, so that includes retail, cafe, restaurants, office space, indoor sport, the confirmed healthcare facility, and space for a standalone nursery. The Class F uses could also be delivered at the village centre, so there is scope to provide community provision and a public library space. So these community uses are intended to be designed so that the spaces can be used flexibly by the community, so that they can then accommodate a range of facilities to meet the community's needs. And then moving to the wider picture. So you'll see on the slide there's a further asterisk provided over on the right-hand side of the slide. So this is the second larger of the 2 health centres, which would be proposed within Zone 2. So that health centre would be notably larger, 1,320 square metres gross external area. So the healthcare provision, just for members to note, has been the subject of lengthy discussion with the NHS ICB. There is an item on your green sheet update paper. It's a further response from the NHS ICB. There's been extensive discussion, and following pragmatic discussion, it was resolved that the earlier provision of primary healthcare space would provide an acceptable way forward. So, mindful of the current deficit in provision across North Chelmsford, the Local Planning Authority proposed that the ICB should consider the option of retaining that first facility in Great Belsters as a permanent as opposed to a temporary healthcare centre in order to avoid any abortive costs. There's been wider discussion, as I've mentioned, and in the context of that, discussion has focused on the planning permission for the strategic development site north of Woodhouse Lane. So members may recall that came to committee back in, I believe, 2022-2023. And that was a scheme being where the applicant was Blore Homes. And that scheme secured land for a future healthcare centre. Land was 800 to 1,000 square metres. And essentially that facility would serve between 4,861 and just over 6,000 dwellings. But the outline planning permission for Bloor Homes development was only for 512 dwellings. So the expectation, therefore, in order to deliver a health centre as part of the Bloor Home scheme would be that there would be a need for contributions to come forward from other developments within the locality in order to deliver that facility. The Broomfield scheme did secure a contribution in the order of just under 254,000 within the legal agreement. And through discussions with the developer consortium and the ICB, it was considered sensible to direct that contribution towards the facility at Grey Belsters, where obviously there is far greater certainty of a healthcare facility being provided. It's not contingent on other developments coming forward. Discussion with the ICB, however, confirmed that there wouldn't be a need to increase the size of the healthcare centre. So originally it was proposed to be 500 square metres. With the addition of the 512 units from the Bloor Home scheme, it's increased by 84 square metres to 584. On the update paper, you'll see that there has been further discussion with the ICB. They have reviewed the housing trajectory, and that has consequently led to an increase in the size of the capacity gap funding contribution. So this is the contribution that is necessary to effectively bridge that gap between the Zone 1 and Zone 2 healthcare facilities coming on stream, and to effectively lever in additional services at the Zone 1 healthcare centre. So that could be in the form of extending the opening hours to allow for a greater number of appointments. In the context of that letter, the consortium has confirmed acceptance of a trigger for the first healthcare centre between 350 and 450 occupations, subject to build out and deliverability. And in the context of the revised gap funding contribution, which is now set at 1.7 million, they have agreed that sum with a review mechanism, because of course that contribution would only be called upon in its full entirety if the lag between those two facilities is as the ICB currently foresee it would be. The Section 106 agreement would also require the applicant to obtain reserved matters approval to details of the village centre, and also to submit a village centre marketing strategy in the same way as happened at Bewley. The local planning authority critically has also agreed with the ICB that it should commence work on its business case, and that is in advance of the outline planning permission being granted, and that really is a learning exercise from Bewley to ensure that the delivery of that healthcare centre is expedited. So moving to education. So the overriding principle, as I've set out and Luke has mentioned, has been the implementation of a walkable neighbourhood. So essentially by carefully positioning the village centres alongside education provision and developing that strong network of active travel routes, residents will be able to access a range of services and facilities, including education provision. The school sites have been located within a targeted 800-metre walking distance of homes, and the secondary school, as we've seen on earlier slides, occupies a central location within Zone 2. If we focus now on the Zone 1 and 3 elements, so the land use parameter plan for Zone 1 indicates that the Great Belsters Primary School would sit alongside the village centre, so it's shown in the lilac shading there alongside the asterisk, which is the village centre. The larger site area would allow the school to be built with 3 forms of entry, and that additional form of entry would be on a temporary basis until the schools proposed alongside the village centres within Zone 2 are made available, at which point the school would then revert to 2 forms of entry with the spare capacity to be used to deliver permanent special educational needs provision. The Great Belstead School would also have a co-located 56-place nursery, and there'd also be space to provide a standalone nursery within the village centre. So essentially, much like the Bewley example, where there is an early years facility as part of the all-through school, and a standalone nursery in the form of the Bright Horizons at the Bewley Neighbourhood Centre. And then looking then at the site-wide picture. So a site-wide education strategy has been agreed. That's appended to the PFA. Critically, I'm sure members are wish to note that the transfer of land for the primary school at Great Belsters is proposed at 229 occupations, and then for the 2 primary schools in Zone 2 at 1,075, and 5,138. So that aligns fully with the development trajectory and has been the subject of extensive discussion with the County Council. The initial offer of land for the all-through school, so this is a large area in purple in the centre of the site, would not be before the completion of 2,900 occupations, but no more than 3,624 units could be occupied until 2 years after the September following the offer of that all-through school site. Education contributions are payable as set out in full in the report, and these are detailed in the IDP. And within the site-wide education strategy, there is an approach set out whereby the temporary school demand on site or nearby would be addressed through a cascade of priorities. So this is looking at, in the interim, where there is not available provision within the garden community, in particular the secondary school element, how that might be addressed in terms of, first and foremost, looking at using safe routes to schools, and this is where the active travel route to Broomfield plays an important role within the site to Bewley Park, and looking, latterly at transportation of children where there isn't a safe route, and temporary on-site provision in the form of porta cabins and the like at existing school sites. And then moving on finally to waste, energy and utilities. So the Garden City Principles seek to secure the delivery of development which enhances the natural environment. So this provides a comprehensive green infrastructure network, biodiversity net gains, and uses zero carbon and energy positive technology. There are specific targets for waste, energy and utilities. These are set out in the DFD and are echoed within the applications. So in terms of waste in particular, there's a target of moving towards 100% diversion from landfill. And you'll see there in terms of BREEAM, non-residential buildings with a floor area below 1,000 square metres are required to achieve a very good rating. Those more than 1,000 to achieve a BREEAM rating of excellent, and that is in line with the DFD. The garden community is intended to adopt a fabric-first approach to building design, which could address thermal performance alongside minimisation of the unregulated energy demand. The targets in terms of energy are ambitious, and the PFA seeks to ensure that those sustainability standards are consistent across the garden community. You've heard us mention the Progress Delivery Group. This is a group that would be set in place to monitor and ensure progression, in this case, in relation to those sustainability standards across the entirety of the garden community, in accordance with the reporting and monitoring obligations which are already set out within the PFA. And then finally, just looking at the phasing, this slide shows at the current state of affairs how it's proposed to phase delivery of the development, albeit there are specific conditions proposed in the recommendation in terms of the requirement to provide a phasing strategy. So moving to the heads of terms, these are set out in full in paragraphs 8.1 to 8.2 of the report. I don't intend to go through them in great detail, but in broad terms, key elements that would be secured are affordable housing, self and custom build, specialist residential accommodation, education and healthcare provision, the requirement for community infrastructure, in particular in Zone 1, the employment hubs, and you heard obviously me speak around the elements relating to that, so the marketing plan, the skills and local labour plan, the transport and infrastructure measures, which obviously you saw from the off-site infrastructure list, are extensive, open space and recreation, ecology, BNG and the RAMS contribution, requirements in relation to waste, an allowance for there to be meanwhile uses at the village centre until permanent uses come forward, stewardship, and then general obligations around monitoring and viability review. And then just looking in detail at the conditions, obviously these are set out for Zone 1, the outline in full at pages 151 to 181 of the reports. They are extensive in number. I don't propose to go through them all, but just to highlight some of the key conditions which perhaps set this scheme apart from other strategic sites and from Bewley and Channels previously. So You've heard Luke mention the parking standards, so this condition is critical to ensuring that those parking standards are achieved and that we don't undermine that modal share target of at least 60% of all trips originating within the garden community to be by non-car modes. There's a requirement for a detailed design code. We've not had that condition previously on Boolean channels, and for a master plan and plot passports to be submitted in relation to custom and self-build. You heard Luke refer to the number of bus gates, so obviously it's imperative that these are acceptably designed and well integrated and of a high quality. There are conditions, much like Bewley, in relation to the village floor space. That's to avoid the provision of a large single retail facility effectively absorbing most of the capacity at that village centre. There are conditions relating to the Innovation Hub, and then in relation to BREEAM. And just to say, the wording of that condition has been subject to extensive discussion with the County Council's Climate and Planning Change Unit and also BRE to make sure it is robust and will last and is safeguarded in terms of the duration of this development. Turning to the full conditions, obviously they are less in number. They're set out in terms of Zone 1 at pages 32 to 44 of the report. Again, similar condition relating to the bus gate. And worth just highlighting, there's a condition about substations and foul pumping stations. Obviously, these are elements of infrastructure that are absolutely critical to the delivery of the garden community, but it is imperative that they have a satisfactory relationship with the adjoining landscape. I'm sure we've seen many examples of substations that very much look as though they're unfortunately placed. We're very much trying to ensure that those finishes and the landscaping surrounding them is satisfactorily robust and also easily maintainable. The Zone 3 outline, Section 106 heads of terms, essentially in many respects mirroring elements of Zone 1, other than it's worth obviously highlighting here there are obligations relating to the build to rent element, which is obviously unique to this application. And then in terms of the recommended conditions, the same as I've outlined for Zone 1, but also it's worth noting that there's a condition relating to the sports pitches and the pavilion layout for Great Belstead's Sports Hub. That is to ensure the timely delivery of the sports provision, usable playing pitches and pavilion facilities, and the wording has been very much modelled on Sport England's guidance on planning conditions and has been subject to extensive discussion with them. And then in terms of the full, again, the same as for Zone 1, bus gate conditions quite critical, as is the condition regarding substations and the foul pumping station. So moving then to the recommendation. So probably best if I come back to that at the appropriate time, but you'll see from your papers that the recommendation is quite extensive, given the amount of documents and agreements that need to be completed ahead of any grant of permission. Thank you.
Thank you for that incredibly thorough report. I appreciate we have been sitting for over 2.5 hours now, so I suggest we'll have a 5-minute break and reconvene at around 9:40. Thank you.
I feel for you because at least I got to do it at the beginning.
Right, thank you all. We'll restart the meeting. On to public question time. And first of all, can we have a Mrs. Etherington? Thank you. We have 2 minutes, thank you.
Chair, members of the committee, I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Countryside L&Q, alongside Halley Developments and Ptarmigan Land, form part of the development consortium delivering Chelmsford Garden Community. I speak wholeheartedly in support of the planning applications for zones 1 and 3 and of course previously for the NRDR. Since 2018, CLQ have worked collaboratively with our consortium partners, Chelmsford City Council, Essex County Council and Homes England to shape the vision for this new community. Through the DFD, the Development Framework Document, the Planning Framework Agreement and the Infrastructure Delivery Plan, the consortium have committed to a joined-up approach that guarantees high-quality delivery across all phases. Together, we have agreed site-wide strategies for highway, mitigation, biodiversity, stewardship, bus provision, healthcare, employment and education, to name but a few, ensuring that the key infrastructure is delivered when it is needed, regardless of land ownership or boundaries. The applications before you tonight will deliver much needed housing, employment space and community facilities for Chelmsford. They unlock key elements of the of the master plan, including a sports hub, Discovery Park, the first village centre and primary school, and the key strategic route across to the new North East bypass. These proposals will continue the legacy and track record of high-quality placemaking already established at Bewley and Channels, with the newly opened Bewley train station providing further opportunities for sustainable growth. CLQ will be bringing forward the remaining phases of the garden community, known as Zone 2, to this planning committee within the coming months. This outline planning application will, alongside 3,500 homes and employment space, provide further site-wide facilities that will complement the proposals before you tonight. We respectfully ask the committee to approve these applications before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Buck. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name's Ollie Buck. I work for Halley Developments. If Chelmsford Garden Community were to be compared to a sporting event, it would undoubtedly be an ultra-marathon. And we hope that tonight marks a significant milestone in getting closer to its eventual completion. On behalf of Halley, I want to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to Chelmsford City Council, Essex County Council, Homes England, our consortium partners, and all stakeholders for their leadership, collaboration and spirit of partnership throughout what has been a lengthy, complex and very rigorous planning process. Over several years, you have all worked tirelessly to shape the vision for Chelmsford Garden Community, and for that you should be applauded. Despite facing significant challenges and existential threats aplenty along the way, tonight's recommendation reflects the shared vision and ambition for an exemplar development. That vision was put in place after many an hour of workshops and collaboration before, during and after the pandemic, and the fruits of that labour set the foundation for what is before members tonight and that we now need to get on with delivering. The application for Zone 3 is an integral part of achieving the CGC vision and getting the garden community up and running at pace. It will provide up to 1,250 new homes of a variety of tenures, alongside Discovery Park North and the associated Great Belstead Sports Hub. It embeds the Garden City principles, prioritising green and blue infrastructure, active travel and sustainable design, including housing that will meet Passive House standards. We recognise the scale of responsibility that comes with this project. Chelmsford Garden Community is not just about housing. It is about building on previous success and learning lessons from the past constructively and positively to create a thriving, inclusive and sustainable place to inspire generations to come. That means each of the consortium members and public sector partners playing their respective parts and working together to deliver critical infrastructure such as roads, schools, health facilities, sports facilities and stewardship arrangements that ensure long-term community benefit and a legacy we can all be proud of. We are committed to these principles and to working in partnership with the City Council, County Council, the Garden Community Council, as well as residents, both new and existing, to do our bit to make them a reality. I know it's saying 2 minutes. I've hopefully got 4 for the outline and full element. I've only got a couple of bits left. Our commitment goes beyond just the planning process. As stated earlier, we've already invested significantly in undertaking enabling works leading to the eventual delivery of the NRDR, and this is a critical part of unlocking the wider Chelmsford Garden community and the eventual function of the Chelmsford North East bypass. We will continue to invest capital resources in order to accelerate delivery of infrastructure because we know how important this is for residents and the wider Chelmsford growth strategy. Chelmsford Garden Community is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create something truly special, a community that sets a benchmark for design quality, sustainability, infrastructure delivery and stewardship. We are proud to play our part in this exciting development and remain fully committed to working with all our partners and stakeholders to realise the shared vision set out in the DFD. I'll finish by saying that every long journey is worth it when you reach the destination, but remember the destination is just the beginning of what comes next. There is still much work to do, and we will do our bit in continuing to drive and shape the future of Chelmsford Garden Community. We therefore respectfully ask that the officer's recommendation be supported and that members give a resolution to grant planning permission in the form in which it has been sought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. Mr. Kirby? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Hugo Kirby of Ptarmigan, the applicant for Zone 1. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My team and I have been working at Channels for 17 years now, and we've already delivered the first 750 homes and vital infrastructure for that first parcel. It included a new roundabout on Essex Regiment Way and the first 1/3 of the Relief Road, which now goes through to Bewley Park Station. We delivered a new nursery school and the Channels Country Park, which includes lakes, skate park, playground, etc. We also delivered the bus service for 5 years until it became self-sufficient and secured a very substantial modal share shift, which we'll be using that experience to reflect on this application here today. To this day, we're deeply involved in delivering the community-led stewardship for Channels through the Channel Stewardship Community Interest Company, which is owned by the residents and managed by and for them. Our residents are very proud of their community. For these new applications, we've worked very closely with the other consortium members, as you've heard, and your council, the county, Homes England, and the other stakeholders. And we are very proud and excited to be able to be here to deliver the next phase of this exemplar garden community. This has been a real team effort, and we also thank your officers for their enormous efforts and hard work to get us here today. Under these applications, we thoroughly endorse the items set out in the officer's report, and we're committed to continuing the excellent stewardship that we have on the existing Channels development. We'll be delivering 1,500 much-needed homes, affordable homes, and custom-build homes. We're delivering our section of the new RDR, substantial improvements to Essex Regiment Way, mobility hubs, new foot and cycle bridge, etc. The employment sites you've heard about, a new primary school, 2 new early years facilities, and a new health centre, plus the extension to the park and ride. Including in all of this is the new Discovery Park, which we're delivering the first 80 acres. And we're delivering all of this at an early stage in the development, which helps the majority of the BNG development's objectives, being delivered in the early stages. The scheme is also designed to deliver significant improvements under the CGC movement strategy to meet that modal share we've heard about. The routes within Zone 1 link through to the wider garden community. We've also worked carefully with local residents, the councils, to deal with the Domsey Lane issue. Our commitment to delivering the infrastructure early is shown by the detailed element of our application. We want to get on with delivering the critical road and drainage and other utilities for the site. We support your officer's recommendations and respectfully ask you to approve all of the applications before you tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. I've been generous with the time because I appreciate this is 4 applications in one. Mr. Laurie, would you like to come back and ask your 2 questions specifically with regards to these applications?
Thank you, Chair. I guess my previous introduction in relation to the protection of Domsey Lane, as mentioned in the DFD, is relevant for these 2. And just as some geographic context, in the diagrams and maps that you've seen tonight and presented this evening, Domsey Lane runs north-south to the east of zones 1 and 3, but it lies west of zone 2, which has also been mentioned and will come to committee in the future, i.e. it's completely enveloped by these applications. Bear in mind that the Domsey Lane residents are not objecting in principle to any of these applications, but my second statement this evening is specifically in relation to building heights and maintaining the rural aspects and the character of Domsey Lane. The protection in the DFD mentioned that the properties along Domsey Lane added to the character of the lane. We feel that the spirit of the protection in that document is not being upheld, and the assurances in relation to the protection of the character we were given have been gradually eroded. Therefore, we'd like members to request a binding obligation to ensure that the building heights of new properties adjacent to existing properties is restricted to the same heights of those existing properties. And my third statement this evening is in relation to the removal of the holding objection from National Highways. And as per their comments on December the 12th and the inclusion of the conditions that have been laid out, we'd like to request that members ensure that the approach and progress towards meeting those conditions which have been laid out by National Highways are communicated to residents and other interested parties on a regular basis going forward. So in summary, we'd like to request that the members ensure the conclusion of all those 3 issues as part of any approval. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Officers, would you like to come back on the points made there? Thank you.
Is it possible to get the slide back up with building heights? Apologies. So it might be easier to reference. Apologies for that. I think if I try to answer that question in the first instance, but as I say, it might be slightly easier with the parameter plans on screen. Here we go. Thank you. Yeah. Apologies. So you can see the building heights parameter plan for Zone 1. As the question covered, Domsey Lane runs north-south, so it actually runs, or I should say Zone 1 intersects Domsey Lane just north of the blue bit of employment land you can see just surrounded by yellow. So it runs just there and then runs north. So there's an isolated parcel on the eastern side of Domsey Lane there as well within Zone 1. And also in Zone 3 there is a parcel on the western side of Domsey Lane. So you can see on the Zone 1 parameter plan, the yellow is indicated up to 3 stories, and then there's an additional area which includes the southern section of Domsey Lane where story heights are reduced further down to 2 stories. That's not just in relation to Domsey, that's also in relation to the Channels complex to the south in terms of responding to the heritage context. So I think it's important to note not only within Zone 1 but also within Zone 3 there is a setback as well included with the development parcel. So in many instances, particularly for Zone 3, development is not provided directly adjacent to the lane. It is set back with additional landscaping provided between it. In terms of the, I suppose, the question, the comment raised, we're mindful of preserving the character of Domsey Lane, and we are mindful there's a separate issue which is obviously about neighbour amenity as well, and the relationship with development to that. In terms of the question of character, as I say, the landscaping proposals in addition to building heights provides a setback in many cases to Domsey Lane. And as you can see in Zone 1, where it's actually approaching close to Domsey Lane, there is a reduction in building heights. There is also an additional step, which I should say that the building heights parameter plan provides for a much wider area, development parcel, and provides up to 3 stories. There is subsequent stages to go through in terms of the detailed design and response, particularly the character response to Domsey Lane, which includes the design coding, which includes a specific criteria for building heights. So we'll be looking at those sensitive areas of the scheme and the appropriate response in terms of character. And ultimately, the final sort of approval will be required through the reserve matters application, where the detailed scheme, we'll have to assess that and approve that. So that's still very much within the control of the City Council to approve. As I say, there is a separate element which is to do with amenity, and any parameters set here would not contravene or would not prevent us from applying the relevant appendices within the local plan, ensuring that there's appropriate setback and appropriate relationship in terms of overbearingness and overlooking in relation to the residences on Domsey Lane. So I understand the concerns that the resident has raised through the question. As I say, there is considerable landscaping provided to give a degree of a buffer with Domsey Lane, and the parameter plan set out as proposed. We have sufficient scope through the planning conditions within the application to refine that further through the design coding and obviously the reserve matters applications to ensure we get an appropriate response. And we're more than happy to continue to, as we have done, engaging with residents on Domsey Lane, because I appreciate it's an important issue for them.
Thank you. Before I open up to the committee, I've got a few questions myself. With regards to the school place numbers, do you feel these have been adequately calculated? From what I believe, the Bewley School is oversubscribed, and we've already had a new building built on that site only a few years after it's been established. So are we happy that the numbers in this scheme are good?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we've put them through the Essex education model, and the numbers that we're dealing with have been rigorously tested against those. So we are happy that the numbers are the numbers.
Okay, so what was the same system used to develop the Bewley numbers, i.e. why has Bewley now needed another building?
So Bewley has become really popular, which means that a lot of people are travelling some distance to get to that.
Okay, and I think this is probably going to be applicable to a later full application, but again, citing Bewley, it's, how do I put it, very difficult for parking around the area at school, drop-off time and pick-up. How do we avoid that in a future scheme? Because when I was a parish councillor some years ago on the planning committee, we submitted comments saying that in an ideal world there should be a dedicated drop-off pick-up area. But the problem is the requirements, there's nowhere where you can request that. Developers can push back. I just fear that with a clean sheet like this, we're going to have exactly the same issue with nightmares around schools at pick-up and drop-off time. How do we avoid that?
Okay, I mean, obviously the topic of parking around Bewley Park School and the neighbourhood centre has been very topical. I've dealt with a number of complaints on the back of that. Certainly, you know, looking at how the school utilise their parking is certainly something that we could work with the school in terms of the parking provision that they have, in terms of particularly when they have events and how that is then communicated with the community centre. I know that recent issues that have been arising are because effectively the school have had events that have then resulted in that car park not necessarily being fully open and available for the community. So, I mean, at the current time I am in discussion with the school as to how to try and ameliorate some of that issue in terms of the communication around their events. But it's fair to say there are some issues in terms of certainly they can't necessarily, if they've got a parents' evening where all of their staff are required to be on site, then that, you know, for those occasions it isn't possible to then say to the parents that they can park in the school grounds, but where they are able to, they are encouraging or trying to encourage them to do that. In terms of the pick-up drop-off area within the school site, that's probably a question for the county, because I'm not sure that's something that
I don't think it's something that can be required.
Yeah.
But it's required by law, but it's needed.
I think, Chairman, as well, we're designing something here which is a sustainable community. It's built on walkable neighbourhood principles. It's been designed with good footpaths, good cycle routes. So the whole essence of what we're trying to do is create something that is easy to get to for secondary school children, for primary school children. So actually we're minimising, hopefully, those people who are sort of getting in their cars and travelling too. The location of all of the schools are distributed accordingly in the right places. So you've got a whole network of local schools near neighbourhoods. So you should be hopefully designing something that is accessible by other means other than just a car.
I understand and appreciate those comments, and I hope that is what happens. But the same principles were used for the original Bewley, that it was going to be sustainable, and it's proved not to be. So I hope some lessons learned are going to be carried forward from that.
Thank you. I think sometimes it's the timing of when facilities are available, and when we have a situation, everyone wants infrastructure early, but if you have a school early, head teachers and academies want a full school. So if the children aren't there from the development itself, they get then drawn in from other areas, further away to fill the school, and then you have it's compounded then with the admissions process of siblings then getting priority. So I think it's just going to have to be carefully managed how that works, and also in terms of those admission policies, to make sure that we don't replicate or we minimise the replication of the issues that you've rightly pointed out, Chair. I think it's within our gift to deal with some of that, but not necessarily all of the parental choice element.
Thank you. Moving on from education, the Essex Regimental Way footbridge. I'm very pleased to see those links going across to Broomfield, because there's currently no car access. These will be the veins going around our city. With regards to the footbridge, again, I like that over a lighted crossing. I think it gives better connection. But one thing that I'd like to see avoided is another Curry Hill footbridge on the A120. And that was built 22 years ago. It hasn't seen a single person go over it because of land ownership issues either side. Can you confirm that land ownership issues are okay in this regard?
I'm sure our highways colleagues might want to input as well, but I think in terms of that assurance, so the sustainable transport corridor, which includes or connects to the bridge that's proposed, has been tested in terms of being able to be provided within highway land running north-south on the sustainable transport corridor. In terms of the provision that Zone 1 has in terms of the actual bridge across, that is within the red line of the application, within land that's controlled by Zone 1. There is an element of land on the other side of Essex Regiment Way that's also within the red line boundary of the application. Obviously, we haven't got the full detail of the bridge, partly because there's going to be an interest in the design quality of that. As you say, we want to make sure that's a high quality bridge, that it's pleasant to use, well lit, etc. So at the moment, it's only securing its sighting, so ensure ideally that particular point that it can be provided, as that's a key connection at the top end of the sustainable transport corridor.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that. Sorry, if highways, have you got a comment on that? Or?
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, the bridge location, yes, is largely dictated by the ownership, as I understand it.
Thank you. Moving on, the park and rides. There were some comments saying there's some land protected. There's quite useful, I suppose, for the expansion of that. Can you confirm where that land is, that there is actually land spare there for the expansion?
Yeah, it's probably handy. We've got the parameter plans on the screen, so you could probably it's only sort of faintly there. You can see the outline of the existing park and ride. There's a slither within the applicant for Zone 1's control to the east of that. There is already a proposal in to extend the park and ride into that area of land, and then the area to the north, which I believe is under the ownership of the county council, is land safeguarded for a further future expansion. In terms of, there's also another point in terms of access, and probably should have mentioned in the presentation, of course there's a lot to cover there. There is connections proposed within the parameter plans for Zone 1 to give access to, or allow for access to, the park and ride, because we're mindful that there's an opportunity there for the two land ownerships or uses to work collectively there. So there is scope for that to happen through the parameter plans for Zone 1 as well.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll just add to that very briefly, just to be clear that the proposed expansion of the park and ride site at Chelmsford Valley isn't proposed as part of the Chelmsford Garden Community, so that's proposed as part of a separate scheme, which is the Army and Navy Sustainable Transport Package that we're progressing currently. In terms of the point Luke was making about ensuring the site interfaces with the surrounding land uses, there is a planning condition on the Army and Navy scheme that requires ECC to work with the developer to ensure that those connections work seamlessly, so it would be appropriate to have a similar condition, I think, on this application to ensure that's all tied up. Thanks.
Thank you. With regards to site management, I know there's a lot of coverage in the pack. It mentions income generating assets. Now, what are we referring to there? Are we talking to sports fields? Are the management company going to own the shops? Is it parking? What is that?
Okay, the income generating assets could be quite a wealth of different assets actually. So it could be, for example, a concession within the sports hub at Great Belstead, so the ability to potentially run that. The mobility hubs there's elements of that potentially could be an income generating asset. It could be transfer of a building within the village centre or within the sports facilities. The parking clusters, for example, so within the parking standards there are off-plot provision. It could be that that land is, if it's not required in the future, there's quite a number of different assets that are basically, we've listed them all out, and that it's as part of the stewardship business case, which obviously the Garden Community Council are looking at the moment, that they can look at that list. We've literally provided them with an exhaustive list of every form of infrastructure, be it physical, community, social infrastructure, and obviously working through that, they can look at what assets potentially they might be interested in. Community elements of the community centre might be a income generating asset. They would probably say not as much as some other elements, but yeah, there's quite a wealth of different options there, but it ultimately will be for the Garden Community Council, if indeed they become the stewardship body, to look at what might be appropriate for them.
Thank you. Moving on, the pack suggests, the maps suggest that part of the Zone 3 is historic landfill site. How is that going to be managed in terms of decontamination, gases, leaking, whatever? Thank you.
Okay, so the all the applications have been accompanied by an environmental statement, which includes a chapter on contamination, soils, ground conditions. So appended to those environmental statements are then significant number of contamination reports. They have been scrutinised by our public health practitioners, and conditions are recommended. So, I mean, we've had this happen exhaustively at Channels before. Obviously, a lot of Channels was built on former landfill. So, in that respect, there are gas membranes required on that development, and there is a certification process. So, there is a need to demonstrate conformity, so that means providing those certificates and then providing the photographic evidence that those membranes have been installed. So we have already gone through this exercise at Channels, so essentially it would be the same. So that condition 48, thank you, is within the report. It's quite a detailed condition as to what needs to come forward.
Thank you. It's good to hear such thorough answers to these questions. It shows that this is a scheme that has been thought through quite significantly. Slightly silly question, no question silly. In the report, you mentioned one bicycle space per person. Housing standards say there should be a minimum garden size. Is this an extra minimum amount of space that is added on to that? How is that calculated?
Is that in terms of the land take for cycle parking provision for dwellings you're thinking? Oh, yeah. So within the, I suppose ultimately within the outline proposals, it hasn't been set out in detail exactly the land take for parking, cycle parking particularly. So within the design code for the garden communities, there is the requirement to include parking provision, which includes cycle parking. So what we'll be looking at through that process is the different types of cycle parking. So it might not be, and I think we're mindful of, in the past, the solution is to have a shed or something in the rear garden, which isn't always particularly practical for somebody to get hold of their bike and use. So we want to make sure that cycle parking, that the use of the bike is as convenient as using a car. So it might be additional space within garages, for instance, or the provision provided somewhere else, not necessarily in the rear gardens, but that is certainly an area that we'll be looking at through the design coding. We'll have a better sense of the implications that would have. But ultimately, if that's being provided, it wouldn't be counted as part of the private amenity space for those dwellings.
So it would be additional space. Right, okay, good. Junction 19's the improvements there. You mentioned another slip road. Is that, forgiving my ignorance, is that where if you come off the bridge, you could do a dedicated left turn and sweep round instead of going round that roundabout? Good, because that is desperately what's needed in that junction. Right, I thought it was that, I just wanted to clarify. I think I might have a few more, but I need to mull them over. I will open it up to the committee at this stage. Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thanks, Chair. And I don't want to repeat your question on school parking, but I actually want to amplify it because of the experience that I've had with residents at Bewley Primary, which they don't have any spaces to pick up, drop off. And I appreciate the comment about the trying to create a community where you're within walking distance of schools, but quite honestly, in practice, parents in those type of communities are needing to drop off the children as they're going to work. So inevitably, they're in their cars at that stage. So I would go as far as making that, to me, it's a very sensitive point. I would go as far as saying, can we recommend in the design of those schools that we do have adequate drop-off and pick-up facilities? Is that possible?
I'm happy for that to go back to officers, but I think the problem is...
Sorry?
I'm happy for that to go back to officers to answer, but I believe we can request it, but legally it doesn't have to be given, so if we put a condition, it could be overridden, but...
I mean, obviously, the detail of those applications in terms of the detailed layout of the school versus how it integrates with the village centre is still to be bottomed out. So that's the point of the reserve matters application that will come forward. Obviously, it is a fine balance because we're trying to obviously achieve that target of 60% trips being originating within the development being by active travel mode. I think anecdotally, a lot of the experience at Bewley is coming about because people are either driving to the school from other areas, and so if they're not able to get there by other means, that's what they're doing. And this comes back to this admissions policy issue, which is not really within our control. I'm not trying to avoid the question here, but there are elements we can't control. Where we can, then obviously we can look at that drop-off issue. But we're not trying to create large areas of car parking around the schools, really.
No, agreed. But it's a natural phenomenon of how people are getting to the school, and that particular example is also on a bus route, which causes lots of problems. I don't want to get into a specific, but that's an example where you could, with forethought, avoid that perhaps in the future happening.
I think it's just getting the right balance. If we provide a whole area, a whole swathe of drop-off and pick-up, that will just fill up and create and suck a whole load of traffic, more traffic into the area. It's getting that right balance. We hear what you're saying, and through the detailed process of determining the actual form of the schools and the public realm around them, we will take that into regard, but it is getting that right balance. So I don't think we're able to say to you we will have a condition where we have X amount of drop-off or pick-up, because I think the County Council as educational authority wouldn't necessarily support that proposal.
We're very, very keen to make sure that schools are safe and safely designed, so safe zones in and around schools is an important consideration in terms of how you design those. And quite a lot of the accidents in and around existing schools are caused by parents picking up and dropping off. So we need to avoid those opportunities for accidents.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the comment, but the natural way of happening is these parents have got to get to jobs, and that's just a reality. It's not. I agree with you, but it's a reality of how it works, and the design of schools doesn't take into account the reality.
I think with this application, the theory is there'll be a reasonable number of jobs on site, so within the development, so hopefully that will go some way to easing that. I say that optimistically, though. Councillor Thorpe, perhaps, sorry, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. There's reference in the pack to policy DM25, which, as we know, seeks to ensure that all new dwellings incorporate sustainable design features, including adherence to water efficiency standards and provision of EV charging points. Can you confirm the headline proposals for EV charging points, solar panels, air source heat pumps and other measures for zones 1 and 3? And can you confirm that is compliant with DM25? Secondly, if I understand correctly, the proposed landscape buffer near Domsey House is only 8.6 metres instead of the recommended 20 metres. Given that, are we happy that the appropriate mitigation is is being proposed to protect privacy and wildlife corridors? And finally, there were concerns cited about a lack of adequate noise attenuation measures for homes near Essex Regiment Way and indeed the main access roads. Could you confirm that the proposed mitigations and conditions dealing with those concerns, could you confirm what those mitigations and conditions are, please? Thank you.
Okay, if I could take the first couple of questions that you raised in terms of water efficiency. So we have imposed a condition that requires all the dwellings to be constructed to achieve the water efficiency in accordance with policy DM25, but cognizant of how long the build out will be, or as subsequently amended at the time of submission of the reserved matters. So if the target is more onerous at the point of submission of the reserved matters, then that will be the target that needs to be met. So we've future-proofed it, knowing that obviously this is a particularly long build. And then similarly, there is a condition regarding EV charging. I'll just find that.
Any other questions from councillors at this stage? Councillor Vascona.
Thanks, Chair. I'm a little bit confused because in relation to Zone 3, in the presentation, you said that 35% of the housing would be affordable housing, but in the Zone 1 application, it says that in Zone 3 there'll be 29% affordable housing.
Yep, I can address that. So essentially both schemes will be affordable housing compliant. So on Zone 1, the provision is traditional housing, and 35% of that would be provided as affordable housing with the 70-30% 70-30 split I mentioned. On Zone 3, we have two elements. So we have the traditional housing, as it were, and then the build-to-rent element. On the build-to-rent element, you can't, in line with the national guidance, require the same level of affordable rent in terms of the percentage. So that's why we end up with 29%. So it is actually compliant. It's just because we've got the build-to-rent element in there, along with the traditional, that creates what appears to be a non-compliant scheme, but it isn't. It's 29% is compliant because of the build-to-rent element.
So you mean because 20% of that 29% is built to rent?
Yeah, I'll get the details for you. Just
it's equivalent to 35% at the normal affordable housing.
Yeah, so basically, I think I said earlier, up to 520 of the single-family build-to-rent units are proposed within Zone 3, and build-to-rent is defined in the NPPF. Those proposed single-family build-to-rent units are intended to take the form of a mixture of flats and houses in the same way as the market element. But the affordable provision on a single-family rent and build-to-rent is provided as affordable rent in accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework. So the percentage of affordable homes which can be provided as affordable rent is set out in the planning practice guidance, and this details 20% as a suitable benchmark for the level of affordable private rent. So obviously if you're only applying 20% to the 520 units, and then you've got the remainder, the 750 that you can apply 35, obviously when you add those together, that's how blended you end up with 29%, but it is compliant. That's the key point.
So, but it's not 35%.
No, so it's 29. But sorry if that was apologies if that's what was said, but basically it is compliant. So it's 35% on Zone 1, 29 on Zone 3, but in total that is an affordable housing policy compliance scheme. It's just because of the build-to-rent element that there is that distinction.
Okay, thank you. And one other question which is about healthcare. In your plans, you talk a lot about the hubs and the GP and primary healthcare, but I was wondering if any consideration has to be given to the healthcare in hospitals, so that whether Broomfield can cope with this large increase in clients.
I think from recollection, the original first consultation response that we had from the NHS ICB did talk about a contribution to acute healthcare, but it's quite difficult in terms of the planning test to make that link, to say categorically it's the impact of this development that is causing an issue, say for example at A&E at Broomfield. So whilst they might, for example, argue that there is a tendency that the closer a development is to a hospital for people to present themselves at A&E if they can't get a hospital appointment, it's difficult to say that it's solely down to that development. There could be a whole array of reasons why people do that, and they could be coming from other developments. So to try and actually tie it to that development, say you must make a contribution because of that proximity, is quite a tenuous, difficult argument to make in terms of it actually stacking up, in terms of it that being a reasonable contribution to ask for. So that's why we haven't pursued that element.
I understand what you're saying, but I feel it's inevitable that Broomfield at A&E will be under a lot more pressure with that number of people close proximity.
Councillor Fresco, that's inevitability, isn't it? We will have lots more residents, but the funding routes for acute services would need to go through a different route. At this point in time, as far as I'm aware, the ICB hasn't requested an acute contribution, and it needs to meet the tests that we're bound by in terms of whether something's reasonable, a reasonable contribution. So it is something that we're aware of more widely, and I've been speaking to colleagues across Essex in relation to how the ICB, with its new county footprint, will look at strategic health in the future. And it may well be that they build an evidence base to support what you're saying, but what we don't have is that evidence base and that request at this point in time. So therefore, we can't necessarily ask for a developer to contribute towards an uncosted and strategy that isn't actually there at the moment from the ICB on acute. Yeah. But primary care, obviously, you've heard all about that, so you're familiar with that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Large.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things. I just want to check to start with that these are both things that I've talked about in this report, but they are coming back for more detail later. So one of them was the stewardship, which was discussed, and the options available. So at this point, is that decided which option is going to go ahead, or is that coming later? And then the second, which is a similar thing, is about the cycleway footbridge, which is, we've got the location of it, but are details of what that's actually going to look like coming later, is what I have understood, but I just wanted to check those two things to start with, if that's okay.
Okay, so we have agreed site-wide stewardship statement, which is appended to the PFA. So that sets out the options that are in the report, one of which is that the Garden Community Council assume that role. They are, it's fair to say, the preferred option, and they are a democratically elected body. They are accountable to their parishioners, and the consortium have attended workshops that the Garden Community Council have arranged since appointing their independent consultant. So it's fair to say they are the preferred model. They, as I've said in the presentation, have appointed their own consultant, and they're pulling together a business plan at the present time. So obviously we would need to see how that unfolds, but certainly at the moment, the indication is that they are both the preferred model, and certainly they have made good progress in terms of advancing with what they need to do in terms of presenting that business model, and then the structure, the governance structure that I also referred to in the presentation. And Luke, did you want to?
So just to, which is I think what I understood, but I just wanted to check it's not definite at this point, is it? It's kind of like this is our preferred option.
There are those 4 options, but they are progressing it most actively at the moment. Yeah.
So is there a way for us to because I think that would be my preferred option as well. So is there a way for us to help that along, or is that's just a process that's going to happen, and we just have to live with whatever's decided outside of this committee?
I mean, we can't specify that. I mean, what happens is that those principles are established within the stewardship statement that's appended to the PFA. Those principles that you heard about charitable status, you know, site-wide, you know, reducing and capping service charges. You know, we will continue to work with the consortium and with the community council to, you know, maximise that opportunity. But what I can't say to you tonight is that that is definitely going to be the final kind of vehicle. Whatever vehicle is chosen needs to adhere to those principles.
Okay, thank you.
And apologies on that other one. Yes, it includes the siting of the bridge, so the location, but not the details of the actual structure itself, which would be required as a subsequent submission.
Okay, thank you. And then I think I had just a comment on the parking, and I don't want to spend loads of time on the school parking, but I think there are the ideals of the garden community about how many vehicle movements there are going to be, and then there is also just like the reality of how people live their lives. And as has been said, if you're dropping off on the way to work, and you don't work on one of these, you know, sites, then you're probably going to be getting in a car, and you'll be going to be dropping off in a car. And so it would be nice to have designed in there a drop-off pickup zone so that it isn't and this is for a future application, so it isn't, you know, a mess. You could see this problem coming, so let's deal with it in advance. And then, which is also leads into a little bit my concern about the parking requirements on the developments, that they do attenuate. And I understand the principle of it, but I also think it doesn't necessarily meet with the reality of how people live their lives, because you can move into a two-bed flat when you're a couple without a child, and you know, you're cycling everywhere and it's fine. And then you have a child, and actually it's much harder to get around just on a bike, and you realise how much childcare costs. And so actually the grandparents come and stay for a couple of days a week to look after the child, and they have a car because they're coming from somewhere that is in Chelmsford, and they need to park somewhere. And it's things like that where actually there's just a reality of how people live, that there are going to be car movements and there are going to be cars on site. And so I don't want to end up making a development that doesn't have sufficient space, and you end up with cars parked all over the place in a really higgledy-piggledy manner, and people trying to cram their cars in. And that is my concern maybe about the way that attenuation happens. Maybe having the parking ride there will help with things like that, because there'll be a parking space available kind of in the evenings when commuters aren't there, so maybe it'll work. But that's definitely a concern of mine, and the parking provisions. I mean, there are lots, I don't want to sound really negative about this, because there are lots of really good things about this site, and there's obviously a huge amount of work that's gone into this. I really like things like the tree-lined streets. I'm really glad that the trees have been maintained, because I got the impression that there was a bit of discussion about that. And that's really good for so many reasons. For climate change, it keeps the streets cool, it helps biodiversity, it just makes the place nicer. So as I say, there's loads and loads of really good things about it, but there's a couple of concerns I have around those particular things. And I think, I don't know, there was probably pretty much. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Before I move on to other councillors, following on from the stewardship, as you suggested, in an ideal world, it will be the Chelmsford Garden Community Council that takes it on. Is all of this area within the ward? All of it is, right? It's quite close to the boundaries, isn't it? But as long as it's all... Okay, thank you. Sorry. Councillor Hyland did have his hand up a little while ago. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions around the Chelmsford Garden Community Delivery Group, who are, according to page 118 in the pack, going to monitor the progress of delivery. Who is the Chelmsford Garden Community Delivery Group?
Would you like to come back on that?
Whilst you're digging around for that answer, on page 1206 of the pack, item 8, in the proposal, it talks about each and every phase and or sub-phase being a separate and severable part of the delivery. Can you just explain what that phrase actually means? Because I have some concerns about that particular wording.
Apologies, Councillor. Which report? Sorry, what was the report?
So let me state it again.
Yeah.
So in the pack on page 1206 is the item 8 proposal. And have you got it?
Hang on, we'll find it.
Search for each and every phase, and you should be able to find it. But
whilst we're hunting for that, in terms of your first question, I think you asked what the progress delivery group is. That?
Yeah, who is it?
Yeah, okay.
Who is it?
So the progress delivery group is a group that's defined in the planning framework agreement. So as I mentioned, that's the site-wide overarching legal agreement. So that comprises representatives of the developers, the City Council and the County Council. It's constituted and operate in accordance with the arrangements that are set out in this agreement. And so it's essentially there to monitor delivery of the development. So I use the example of the employment to make sure essentially it's checking in that this is being delivered properly, because there is so much in this scheme that requires monitoring. We can't just leave it to assume it's going to happen. Yeah. That group is there, formed by all those parties. Obviously other, as the site is developed and parcels are sold on, then those developers will be part of could be part of that group. So it's that check-in process to make sure that those targets that we're enshrined in the DFD are actually being realised. So that's essentially what that is.
Perfect. And so just a supplementary on that particular point is, will that body report back to us? Do we get a report back from them to say how things are going? Or is it just that group will just get on with it? It's a task and finish group.
Okay.
I mean, at this point in time, it is more of an ongoing group that, rather than reporting back to planning committee, it would report back, i.e., because we city council officers would be on that group, and therefore we can provide feedback to you either formally or informally.
Forgive me, my questioning was poor. I should have said, does it report back to the City Council, not to this committee? I beg your pardon.
No, to the City Council, yes. It can report back to the City Council.
Thank you.
And there was another question, wasn't there? If you found the answer.
Did you find it?
Yes, I think the phrase each and every phase and or sub-phase actually, as we can see, has come from the applicant's description of the application. And I don't see that as having any impact in terms of the permission, as all of the relevant conditions and Section 106 agreements would apply regardless of, for example, if the applicant sold a parcel off to a housing company or a housing company to deliver that particular phase. All of the relevant conditions and obviously the legal agreements would still apply, so that's not a weakness in terms of
okay, so
it just comes from that I believe that just comes from that bit of the description. Yeah.
Sorry, so the use of separate and severable parts of the development has no consequence to the decision we're going to take tonight?
Correct, yeah, so that would still, the planning conditions that are attached on that recommendation would still apply to were they to sell a parcel off to another house builder, for instance, those conditions would still apply.
Can I come back? I've got just a couple more questions. On page 2132, there's a summary of the IDP totaling 258 million. Recognise that number? And then below it talks about 3,850 per dwelling of additional S106 item as stewardess. So is that public funds on top of the 258, or is it a subset? Is it just that paragraph shows a subset of things within that 258? Again, page 22132 in the pack.
So what page number was that? 2132?
I've moved on now. 2132, I think it was.
I have a map of vehicular access and mobility hubs.
Do you want me to say it again? Page 2132 of the pack, and it's point 2.31, so that's informed the viability assessment, is the paragraph, but there's some bullet points there that talk about 258 million, and then some sub points underneath. Well, actually, the bullet points underneath. My question really is that those sub points part of the 258 or separate from the 258? And because the reason I'm asking the question is I want to know if there's a call on public funds. So you're asking for extra sill, for example, you're asking for extra S106. Is that an extra call on money on top of the 258? Or
so
is it?
Okay, so essentially the infrastructure costs are listed at 258.468 million, and then you're saying that the bullet point underneath is then 3,850 per dwelling of additional Section 106 stewardship costs above those already identified in the IDP. So this is the stewardship contribution per dwelling. Is that what you're questioning?
So my question, if it's not a stupid one, is within the 258 million, is that 3,850 per dwelling on top of the 258 million, or within the 258 million? Are you? Did you find the paragraph?
Yeah. It's above those. So it says above those already identified in the IDP. That's how I'm reading it.
Jeremy.
So,
sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Howland. Sorry to cut across you. It is an addition, but it's not drawing down any further funds from elsewhere. It's just a separated amount, and that's the way it was presented in the IDP. It's not a call for extra funds or extra SIL. It's just a disaggregated part of the overall cost.
Any further questions for the time being, Councillor Hyland, or do you want to come back later? Yeah, if you can find it.
So I've got one more question. Honestly. So page 2,187 talks about genuinely affordable, and I'm looking now at the affordable housing, and the affordable housing says an affordable house is £288,000. Is that affordable in Chelmsford? How much would you need to earn to get a mortgage for 288,000? And where are these figures being made up from?
If officers could come back on that, I believe there is a calculation to work out what affordable housing is.
Right, I'm just trying to find the page again, just 1 second.
There's a lot of pages.
Sorry, just final one on affordable, and then I'm going to leave you alone, I promise.
That's fine. It's a big application.
On page 2,193, there's a table on there that demonstrates the delivery years of, again, I'm focused on affordable housing again, and affordable housing starts off very slowly, and then 31, 32, it peaks at 56, and then it's 51, 46. My back of the fag calculation, fag bracket, 72% of the affordable homes are being delivered at the end of the process in the last 4 years. So for me, are we able to influence the delivery schedule of these affordable homes? Because we as a council need opportunities to save on housing costs. And the earlier those affordable houses get delivered, the better as far as I'm concerned. So can this phasing be more equitably brought forward for the affordable housing to be made available much earlier, beg your pardon, bad English again. Thank you.
I think that's a very fair question. I'm sure the officers will come back on it.
Sorry, on the last point in terms of the delivery of affordable housing, that would be covered by the Section 106 agreements for each site. So regardless of the, sorry, I can't find the page. I've got my reports open up as separate rather than listed in one sort of pack. So yeah, so that would be covered by the Section 106 agreements for each of the 2 sites, which would include, as part of those negotiations, that would include triggers for the delivery of the affordable housing. Very similar to what's been done at Beaulieu and Channels, where we've tracked the delivery of affordable housing, and especially also the mix of affordable housing as well. Obviously mindful that obviously the larger houses, 4-bedroom houses, are particularly required, and so similar to the way we've managed it at Beaulieu, where we've monitored that process throughout in terms of delivery. So that is covered under the, or would be covered under the Section 106 agreements on that last point.
Sorry, so just a sub-question on that. So are you saying you have no influence in when that schedule will deliver affordable housing? You just have to accept that it's going to be at the back end of the delivery?
No, as in that we would have control through negotiating the Section 106. So there would be triggers or within that agreement requirements for when that's delivered. Also, that's dependent on those schemes coming forward and the timings of those. But that, yes, that would be covered under the Section 106 agreements for both the Zone 1 and the Zone 3 outline proposals.
So when will we see a changed table?
Well, that's going to be, yeah, so that's the, obviously that legal agreement is going to be, will be form part of the recommendation, obviously, in terms of needing to be agreed prior to, I suppose, subject to the grant of permission. So that would be in the officer's recommendation, is that we negotiate and agree the Section 106 as part of that.
Jeremy.
And taking Councillor Hines' point, we're acutely aware the need for affordable housing as quickly as possible. So rest assured, we will be doing everything we now power to ensure that happens.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Clark had your hand up a while ago.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions, housing related, and 1 comment, not housing. There's a lot of information about housing, mixed size and type, affordable homes, shared ownership, accessible and specialist residential. There's also information you've given us about height of housing, that there'll be 5 stories, 4 stories down to 2.5 stories. The first question is there any data on the mix in terms of how many are houses, how many are flats, and what is the total number of wheelchair accessible units? Thank you.
Sorry, my colleague's just doing the calculation behind. Just on the pick up on the question about building heights and also the typology in terms of, so that's not set out in the parameter other than the building heights, which is included in the parameter plans. What we did have within the development framework document, which was the part of the stage 1 master plan, was about densities across the Ghana community. So what we want to ensure is that we're achieving high density closer to the village centres, where you've got the facilities, the schools, obviously better transport links in terms of bus provision, etc. So whilst there's not a set limit in terms of there's this number of flats, this number of houses, what is in the DFD is the intention through the densities to ensure that we're locating those dwelling types in the appropriate location to take advantage of the facilities that are there. So there's not a set criteria. There has to be so many flats or so many houses. That'll obviously come through the proposals from the applicant. Often what we find, certainly from experience, seems to be there's more of a push for houses rather than flats, because sales teams often find them easy to sell apparently. But yeah, in terms of the overarching control, I say is really dealt with through the application of densities which you have in the DFD, and obviously be able to assess reserve matters as they come through. We want to ensure that we're achieving a good sort of higher density nearer to those village centres, and there might be obviously areas at the fringe of the scheme, such as north of the NRDR, where you'd expect the density to be much lower, where you'd expect to have probably a higher degree of detached houses, for example.
Okay, thanks for that.
I think you'd also asked about the numbers of wheelchair accessible housing units. So it is in zone 3. It is in the report. I've just found the reference here, but that's that would equate to 18 dwellings, and then on zone 1 that would be 27.
I think I did read the 27.
Yeah,
I thought that was low.
I've just found the 18 on here. So
okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the committee at this stage?
The other question.
No, sorry, yes. Councillor Clark, carry on.
That was both the questions relating to housing. The comment was just about education, sorry. I just wanted to say that school admission priority children will first go to, places will go to children with EHCP, that's the SEN children, looked after children and previously looked after. Some of those will be outside the area. You did say at some point that the school would be 3 form entry and would drop to 2 form entry, and that would then free up space for specialist SEN provision. If that then becomes for children with an EHCP, that will be very popular, there'll be more demand, and children with EHCPs, not all of them, but a lot of them, will then require assisted transport, so the school site will need parking for school transport vehicles. That was my comment. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. A couple of questions that I don't believe have been answered. Councillor Highlands, with regards to what is affordable housing in Chelmsford at the moment, and there was also, coming back to Mr Lowry earlier on, the communication with regards to the A12 and the junction there. If you could come back on those two.
Yeah, I can come back on the A12 Junction 19 scheme first. So obviously I've set out in some detail what is trailed and is in the substantively agreed planning framework agreement. So you know, that is a publicly accessible document. It's appended to the committee report, but if it would help the residents in Domsey Lane, I'm quite happy to highlight the sections within that document that refer to the Domsey Lane mitigation scheme and the A12 Junction 19 scheme. And then moving forward in terms of that communication piece, we have a communications group that's recently been set up that our comms team are chairing, which includes members of the Garden Community Council, City, County Council, the developers, the ICB, I believe, are on there. So happy through that to communicate updates, and obviously the Garden Community Council sit on that group, so that seems to me a sensible forum platform to circulate updates on that.
Yeah. Affordable housing.
Yeah, sorry, I've just stepped in to answer affordable housing. So I don't want you to conflate 2 points about there's affordable as in what's on the market that may be affordable to the average person, and affordable as in the official sort of affordable products as defined in the MPPF. So the affordable that we're talking about is as defined in the MPPF. So we're looking at affordable rent, which is then we nominate to those on our housing registers, and we set the rents in accordance reflective of our local housing allowance levels. So they'll be capped at those, they don't go above those, to ensure that those that we're nominating to can afford it on their universal credit. Shared ownership is based on they have to meet a set definition to be eligible for shared ownership. So I think the cap on salary is £80,000 per annum, and then their rents, we then they'll be set at like a proportion of open market value to then bring that down to what then complies with the NPPF as being affordable in terms of affordable home ownership product.
Thank you. I believe we've exhausted questions. Councillor Thorpe, perhaps?
Yeah, sorry, I had a couple of questions at the start. I don't think were answered, actually. One was about the proposed landscape buffer near Domsey House, which is cited as being 8.6 metres instead of the recommended 20 metres. Are we happy that the appropriate mitigation is therefore in place to protect privacy and wildlife corridors? And then my second one was about concerns cited about a lack of adequate noise attenuation measures for homes near Essex Regiment Way and the main access roads. Could you give me the mitigations for that, please?
Yes, sorry, apologies. I didn't forget about. I did make a note of those two questions. Yes, so I'll just cover the Domsey House. So I think I'm just mindful of the measurements you're referencing because I'm quite familiar with that particular point because we did have a lengthy comments objection submitted by the resident at Domsey House. I think the reference to 20 metres in relation to the boundary of Domsey House wasn't actually a recommendation. I think that was a request from the resident at Domsey House who wanted to have the development set back by 20 metres from their property. One of the challenges with Domsey House is it does actually occupy quite a significant plot. A lot of that is actually set away from Domsey Lane. So in terms of the landscape and certainly the sort of heritage response to the character of Domsey Lane focused around the lane itself, whereas a lot of this boundary is set away from the lane or the actual part of the lane. So ultimately there is a buffer provided there, separation or a landscape separation with the boundary of Domsey House with provision of additional planting to further enhance the edge or the field boundary there on the edge of the property. In terms of the impact on the resident, as I mentioned before when we were discussing building heights, there's obviously a separate issue from the character impact and the heritage impact on Domsey Lane, which is obviously the neighbour amenity impact, which I think is the point that you were raising in your question. In addition to obviously the landscape separation that's provided as referenced by the resident, it's important to note obviously all of the relevant appendices in the local plan in terms of requiring the appropriate distances in terms of the sort of side to boundary or back to boundary relationships would still very much apply. That parcel is actually quite an awkward parcel. It's actually a small area of land adjacent to the key east-west route leading from Zone 1 through Zone 3. So I do suspect that's going to be an area we're going to look at in detail, not least that it's near to Domsey Lane through the design coding to make sure we get that right, because we don't want to have, for instance, loads of rear garden fences, etc., defining the edge of the landscaping. So as I mentioned before, we've got quite a degree of scope in terms of what we do through the design coding process and obviously the reserve matters approval application to ensure that we safeguard the amenity of the resident at Domsey House. And
Okay, and in relation to your noise attenuation question, there is a condition that requires all reserved matters for built development adjacent to either the NRDR, Bewley Parkway, Essex Regent Way or the North East Bypass to be accompanied by a noise report. So that would then need to detail the mitigation scheme to mitigate the effect of road noise. So that may, for example, mean including glazing, changing the glazing performance specification, changes to window sizes, means of ventilation, the boundary treatment, so acoustic fences, landscaping alongside, etc. So the recommendations of those reports would then need to be adhered to if found to be acceptable.
Any further questions, comments or queries from the committee? Councillor Frascona.
I just want to endorse what Councillor Large said about parking, because I feel that there's a real danger of the ideal becoming the enemy of the real, and that the idealised targets are undermining the actual real quality of life of residents. I know that you have targets that you meet, and I know that you can want to change people's behaviour, and that's very laudable. But the reality is often that people have to live in those circumstances. For example, dropping children off at school and having parents coming to look after children and so on. And those are the real facts of life. So that has to be provided for. And it's so sad when you see all the hard work of making beautiful landscaping and a lovely place to live undermined because there's cars squashed in everywhere, and it just ruins the effect.
Understood, and that's why one of the reasons why we have the parking management plan condition there to control this, because in order to instill that modal share target and make sure that people don't then essentially buy into a property and then decide to park numerous cars in the street, there needs to be those controls in place to prevent that, so that we don't then end up with people parking here, there and everywhere, two wheels up on landscape strips, etc. So then that's why there, as part of these parking standards, there is also a parking management plan in place, so that we have those measures to enforce that, and so we don't have streets that are littered with parked cars and people can't move around them.
Jeremy, would you like to come in?
And just to sort of supplement that is that we're phasing in these standards. These aren't going to be the most harsh standards, if you put it. They're not going to be the day one standards, because all of this infrastructure needs to come in to help the residents there to have choice. You know, the mobility hubs that you're hearing about, the bus strategy, the extension to the park and ride, all of the things that will help residents not necessarily be so reliant on cars. But it's not an anti-car development, and I think that is just really clear to have, is that, you know, we accept that residents will need to use their private car. It's just that having choice will enable them to not necessarily have the status quo, and also having additional off-site parking available to them if they wish to have that, is another opportunity which will be part of that stewardship model, where they would probably have to pay a little bit more to have that off-site parking, but that gets put back into the stewardship model as an asset generating asset.
Yeah, I can see that would be useful, but also to reinforce what Councillor Clark said about children coming from outside the area to the school and being dropped off. And I think not having a drop-off or pick-up point zone at school is a mistake.
Chair,
yes.
The proposals are extensive in their sustainable transport credentials. One mentioned, for example, car clubs to reduce that demand in situ. They'll be distributed across the site, so they're shared vehicles. And I would mention that it's in the report, I believe, the South Essex Parking Partnership has made a representation about being involved, because chances are they'll end up having to enforce certain restrictions. The spine roads, being bus routes, we would anticipate they would have double yellow lines on them. So that puts a context, or a treatment that's has the same meaning, should I say, in the village centre. So that puts a slight perspective on it. Doesn't stop people dropping off, but someone in theory wouldn't be able to wait for a long time to pick their child up, which is when I think there's possibly a bit more of a problem in some locations. I think we can acknowledge the concerns that members have expressed today, and I'm sure the design teams are probably have a few other comments in their heads as to how they might address them. So we'll take them away in the design of the design code and the reserve matters on those adjacent areas to the village centre and near the school. I should say one thing, forgive me, Councillor, I believe the County Council did make representations on the form of the school and the location of it in that sense. So there's been a process to reach where we are, mindful of concerns about parking, the car parking. But I don't think, I need to double check, but I don't believe Essex County Council's policy is to require drop-off parking space, because where do you stop is the
yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying I think it's a mistake because...
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Right, I think we're probably at a natural conclusion to the discussion this evening. It has been rather comprehensive. So, on that note, I move that application 22/01950/out Zone 1, Chelmsford Garden Community, Pratts Farm Lane, Waltham, Chelmsford, Essex, be approved, subject to the recommendations in the reports and the relevant parts of the green sheets. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dobson. Will all those in favour of the application please raise your hand? That appears to be unanimous. Thank you. On the second application, I move that application 22/01950/Full Zone 1, Chelmsford Garden Community, Pratts Farm Lane, Little Waltham, Chelmsford, Essex, be approved subject to the recommendations and conditions detailed in the report and the notes in the green sheet. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dobson. All of those in favour? That appears to be unanimous. Third application. I move that application 23/00124/Full Zone 3, Chelmsford Garden Community, Pratts Farm Lane, Little Waltham, Chelmsford, Essex, be approved subject to recommendations and conditions detailed in the report and the green sheet. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dobson. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Unanimous. The fifth application of the evening. I move that application 23/00124/out Zone 3, Chelmsford Garden Community, Pratts Farm Lane, Little Waltham, Chelmsford, Essex, be approved, subject to recommendations detailed in the reports and the green sheet. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dobson. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Unanimous. Right. Thank you all for this evening. That has been rather long, but there has been lots to cover. So thank you for your time. The meeting closes at a record breaking at 23:07. My eyes.
Yeah, don't say that.